Hey guys. Tonight, we're heading all the way back to a time before America was America, when it was a messy patchwork of colonies. Squabbling over taxes, religion, and who got to trade molasses without getting yelled at by some British customs official with a really bad wig. You're walking along a dirt path, somewhere in Massachusetts, or maybe Virginia. Or maybe you're already lost because the roads are awful and no one can agree on what to call anything. There's no U.S. yet, just colonies, each one doing its own thing, thinking it's special, and definitely not texting the others back. It's a miracle they even made it to the 4th of July. 1776, let alone agreed on anything that day. And you? You probably won't survive this. Because between smallpox outbreaks, stomp doxes, surprise redcoats, and some guy named Ethan trying to sell you homemade gunpowder, it's rough out here, so before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is where you are. I love seeing our sleepy little time-traveling crew from all over the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge through tall grass and buzzing mosquitoes toward a small cabin where the windows flicker with candlelight. Inside, a family huddles over a crude map, mouths thin with worry. You're in 1773. Maybe 1774. No one really agrees when the chaos started, but the mood is clear. Something's brewing. And no, it's not the tea. Though that'll come later. It's unrest, a slow, rising heat in the bones of the colonies, like a fever that hasn't broken yet. Right now, the colonies are 13 siblings who barely get along at the best of times. New England's full of pious, tight-lipped Puritans who frown at dancing. The South's dripping with plantations, powdered faces, and class divides you could trip over. Pennsylvania thinks it's morally superior because of the Quakers. And Rhode Island's basically the eccentric cousin who declared, "I'll do it my way," and wandered off. These colonies don't even use the same money. They barely share laws. If you're traveling between them, you're bound to hit at least 3 checkpoints and 6 different kinds of suspicious glares. There's no central government. No constitution. Not even a strong sense of what American means because the word hasn't taken shape yet. Right now, people still call themselves Virginians or New Yorkers. Or, if you're fancier, subject of His Majesty, King George III. Oh, and George? He's way over in England. Absolutely convinced that these colonies are basically rebellious children who just need stricter rules. Like, say, a few more taxes. You walk down a main street in Boston muddy. Loud and thick with tension. Shopkeepers grumble about customs duties. Sailors complain about search inspections. Even the horses seem annoyed. There's a fire in people's eyes. But also hesitation. They know they're being pushed, but pushed into what? You step into a tavern, where the ale is warm, and the debates are even warmer. A blacksmith pounds the table with his fist, yelling about the proclamation line of 1763. How it locked colonists out of land they'd just fought for in the French and Indian War. Another man snorts and mutters, "We wouldn't need land if the crown just paid us what we were owed." It's not a new complaint. That varies. The French and Indian Wars, fresh in everyone's memory. The colonies fought hard. But now that it's over, instead of gratitude, Britain has sent a stack of taxes, stamp taxes, sugataxes, tea taxes, and, worst of all, taxes without even asking. Parliament passes these laws, like your opinion doesn't matter, and to be fair, it doesn't. Not to them. You light a candle in a boarding house and sit beside a printer working by the dim glow. He sets type with fingers ink-stained and cracked, whispering, "They want obedience. We want dignity." His press hums into the night. Pamphlets roll out like quiet declarations of unrest, but you still don't have unity. South Carolina doesn't care what Boston thinks. New Jersey isn't sure who to trust. New York plays it safe and close to the crown. And Georgia? Georgia's still figuring out whether it wants to show up at all. Historians still argue whether these divisions were as sharp as they seem. Some say the colonies were always heading toward unity, pulled by common culture and shared threats. Others claim it was more like a hasty group project with a deadline and zero trust. Either way, in this moment, you don't feel unity. You feel confusion. In Virginia, you lean against the wooden fence outside a courthouse and watch Patrick Henry stir the crowd. He shouts about liberty, and you swear lightning strikes somewhere behind him for dramatic effect. The crowd roars, but behind their cheers is hesitation, because independence is a terrifying word. You walk through the countryside where farmers talk about the cause, but still keep their muskets buried. You meet merchants who'll toast rebellion one night and bribe a British officer the next. There are enslaved people whispering of rumors that Britain might offer them freedom if they fight. And there are native tribes watching all of it and thinking, "This is not our war, but we'll pay for it either way." The colonies are simmering. Yes, but they are not yet won. Still, the pot is on the fire, and no one seems willing to turn down the heat. In Philadelphia, you pass the meeting hall, where a few brave, exhausted, overdressed men are beginning to talk about real resistance. Not just protests, not just angry letters, but actual, coordinated action. You see John Adams with ink-stained cuffs and a face like thunder. Benjamin Franklin trying to calm the room with wine and wit. A young Thomas Jefferson sits quietly, taking notes and occasionally judging everyone with his eyes. You don't know it yet, but this chaos is the seedbed of unity, a place where 1,000 disagreements will somehow be hammered into a single sentence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. But right now, you're still walking through a land of strangers, not states. Still listening to accents that clash and priorities that couldn't be further apart. Still looking for the thread that will pull these people together. You'll find it, but only if you survive the next few years of frostbite, bad tea, questionable alliances, and the occasional cannonball surprise. You blink away the candle smoke as another shouting match breaks out in the tavern behind you. It's not a fight over women or wagers this time. It's about Britain. Again, whether the crown's taxes are just a necessary evil of being defended by the empire, as one portly gentleman loudly argues, or a wicked plot to bleed us dry, according to the equally loud Cooper in the corner. You slide your chair back. This isn't going to end with handshakes and cider. Outside, the late afternoon hangs thick over the colonies like a damp wool blanket. Every cobblestone seems to groan under the weight of more news. More taxes. More ships arriving from England with men in red coats and faces you don't recognize. You walk down toward the docks, and there, the reminder is unavoidable three-masted ships flying the Union Jack, unloading barrels and crates. Not all of it legal. Despite the guards, the Crown says you're protected. But this feels like occupation. The source of all this tension, the war, not the one people are currently whispering about, but the one they just survived. The French and Indian War, which ended in 1763, wasn't just a contest of empire. It was a bill the British decided you should help pay. So now, you're being charged for stamps in every contract, every newspaper, every deck of playing cards. And the colonists? Well, you're used to managing your own affairs. Being taxed without anyone asking your opinion feels a little like being fined for breathing too loudly. The Stamp Act. They call it, introduced in 1765. It hit the colonies like a slap across the face with a wet ledger. The British argue, it's fair you owe them. They protected you. You wouldn't even exist without them. The colonists argue, sure, thanks for the help. But if we don't get a say in what you tax, then what's to stop you from taxing the air next? Historians still argue whether this moment the Stamp Act protests was the real beginning of the American Revolution. Some say yes, that it sparked the first united political resistance. Others say it was just an early flare-up, like a paper cut that everyone overreacted to. Either way, the pain felt real at the time. You walk past a print shop where a sign in the window reads, Stamp Act repealed, let the bells ring. But the bells, they're cautious. Because while Parliament repealed the Stamp Act in 1766, they left behind a nasty note, the Declaratory Act, which basically said, we still rule you. Just so you know. It was like someone punching you, apologizing, and then promising they'd do it again if they felt like it. Back in Boston, the tension simmers again. You see a group of apprentices gathering outside the customs house, angry, unemployed, hungry. The British soldiers posted there shift uncomfortably, their red coats hot under the spring sun. There's shouting, a snowball, then something harder. A musket cracks. And just like that, the Boston Massacre becomes a thing people say out loud, with capital letters. The redcoat who fired swears it was an accident. Others swear he was provoked. But the result is the same blood on cobblestones, and pictures circulating in newspapers faster than anyone can control. Paul Revere makes an engraving so dramatic it practically weeps on its own. You stand at the edge of the crowd as they shout down British officers. Somewhere, a woman cries. A man yells for vengeance. And for the first time, you feel eye-tanger not just aimed at taxes or trade, but at the very idea of being ruled by someone across an ocean who thinks your life is worth a vote they get to cast. In New York, more ships dock with more soldiers. The Quartering Act means they're allowed to live in your home now. Imagine coming downstairs in your own house and finding a British soldier eating your biscuits and using your chamber pot. It doesn't exactly win hearts. The resistance grows. Organized protests erupt. Sons of Liberty chapters form in basements and back rooms, painting slogans on doors and not so subtly threatening anyone who supports the crown. You're not sure if they're freedom fighters or overenthusiastic arsonists. But they're the loudest voices in the room now. Then comes T. Oh, T, you're in Boston again. Watching crates float gently in the harbor. It's the 16th of December. 1773. And dozens of mensum disguised as Mohawk warriors. Because subtlety isn't on the menu have just dumped 92. Oh, 0 pounds of British East India Company tea into the water. It smells amazing. By the way, like betrayal with a hint of bergamot. This act of defiance, known to history as the Boston Tea Party, shocks the empire. Britain responds with what the colonists call the intolerable acts closing Boston's port, stripping Massachusetts of self-governance, and basically daring the rest of the colonies to object. You head south to Virginia, where lawmakers are reading the news with a mix of fury and fear. Suddenly, what happens in Boston doesn't feel so far away. Delegates meet. Letters fly between colonies faster than ever. They don't like each other. Sure, but they like being threatened even less. Out of all this comes something new: the committees of correspondence, secret networks of communication, an early form of Twitter, if you will accept slower, and involving way more wax seals and spycraft. But the effect is the same. The colonies begin to speak with one voice, not unified yet, but aligned. You visit a town meeting where grizzled farmers speak of defending their rights, their families, and their muddy plots of land. They don't talk about rebellion yet, but they talk about resistance. And you realize something important. Unity won't come from the elites in powdered wigs. It'll come from the people who have nothing left to lose. Even the religious folks are stirred. Sermons ring with talk of liberty and divine justice. You hear one pastor declare, "To obey unjust rulers is to disobey God," which is spicy, even by 18th century standards. And somewhere in all of this, you catch a quiet momenta group of women boiling herbs, dyeing homespun cloth, refusing to buy British imports. Their hands are calloused, their eyes steely. They're not marching, but they are building something stronger than rage. Resilience. You walk the dark road between colonies and realize that while unity hasn't been declared yet, the seeds are there. Shared anger, shared hope, shared purpose. The colonies don't quite trust each other, but they no longer see themselves as isolated outposts. You feel the storm gathering. You smell the gunpowder on the horizon. And you understand. Unity doesn't start with agreement. It starts with shared defiance. You squint up at the sky, trying to figure out if that cloud looks like a musket or just a really angry sheep. Either way, the atmosphere over Boston feels heavy, like the town itself is holding its breath. Every cobblestone clinks differently beneath your feet, and every doorway you pass whispers of discontent. You pass a merchant's stall, and instead of tea, they're offering sassafras and pine needle Bruce Patriot approved, and just slightly terrible. Because here's the thing, tea has become the enemy. That's not metaphorical. That's not some clever political symbol. It's literal. Pungent. Imported tea bags of it. Barrels of it. Sitting at the center of one of the most absurdly bold acts of protest in colonial history. You step closer to Griffin's Wharf and smell salt, pitch, and defiance. But first, Back up a bit. In London, some very serious men with very white wigs are trying to solve what they consider an economic crisis. The British East India Company is in a bit of a nosedive. Think bloated warehouses, unpaid debts, and executives sweating through embroidered waistcoats. So Parliament does what governments love to do in desperate times. They pass a solution that creates a much bigger problem. The Tea Act of 1773 lets the company sell tea directly to the colonies at a lower price, bypassing colonial merchants entirely. Now, you might think, cheaper tea? Sounds like a win. But no. To the colonists, it smells like a trick, because even though it's cheaper, it still comes with a tax. And accepting it would mean quietly admitting that Parliament has the right to tax them at all. You find yourself in a packed tavern, where a group of disgruntled artisans and farmers are arguing over what to do. One man says, burn the ships. Another says, boycott the tea. A third mutters something about disguises and feather headbands. There's a moment of silence, and then someone says the phrase that still echoes through every dusty history book, Boston Tea Party. You follow them to Griffin's Wharf on a chilly December night. 3 ships sit in the harbor, Dartmouth, the Eleanor, and the Beaver, just chilling, their cargo unopened. That cargo? Over 300 chests of tea. About sure. Nil worth. Or enough to keep every colonist caffeinated for several years. But that night, men disguised as Mohawk warriors climb aboard. They don't steal the tea. They don't damage the ships. They just dump it. Chest after chest hits the water, bursting open like leaves confettied into the harbor. Historians still debate how coordinated it all was. Was it a secret operation planned weeks in advance? Was it a spontaneous display of rage? Or was it somewhere in between? Like most rebellion sequel parts, passion, planning, and peer pressure. What we know is that the protest was swift, quiet, and weirdly respectful. They even swept the decks clean afterward. You watch the tea swirl in the moonlit harbor, mixing with seawater, staining the wood, seeping into the city's soul. It's oddly beautiful. Also, it smells horrendous. If you've never experienced the scent of wet, rotting tea in winter air, count yourself lucky. Back in London, Parliament is not thrilled. They hit back hard with the coercive acts, what the colonies will call the intolerable acts, because, frankly, coercive wasn't dramatic enough. They shut down Boston's port until the tea is paid for. They revoke Massachusetts' right to self-govern. They allow British officials accused of crimes to be tried back in England because nothing says fair trial like having it on another continent. The goal is clear. Make Boston an example. But the effect? Unexpected unity. You hear it ripple through the colonies. In Charleston, South Carolina, a group of citizens staged their own version of protest by locking tea in warehouses and refusing to sell it. In New York, ships carrying tea are turned away by furious dock workers. In Philadelphia, meetings are called. In towns you've never even heard of, colonists start asking themselves, if it happened to Boston, it could happen to us. And so begins the rise of the First Continental Congress. You journey to Philadelphia in the sticky heat of 1774. Delegates from 12 of the 13 colonies gather, not Georgia. They're still on the fence. probably too busy dealing with their own frontier issues. But the rest? They show up in wigs and waistcoats, grumbling about the heat and each other. They don't trust each other yet. The Southerners think the Northerners are dramatic. The Northerners think the Southerners are elitist. The middle colonies just want everyone to calm down. You sit quietly in the back of Carpenter's Hall as these men argue and sip cider and try to figure out what unity even looks like. Should they boycott British goods? Draft another petition? Train militias? Declare war? Spoiler: they do not declare war yet. But they do agree to work together, to write grievances as one voice, to prepare, just in case. And that's new. Meanwhile, back in Boston, things are escalating faster than anyone predicted. General Thomas Gage is in charge of British troops and has about as much subtlety as a marching band in a church. He imposes curfews, posts soldiers on every street, and tries to confiscate local arms. The colonists respond by hiding weapons in barns and training in secret. You walk the backwoods and find minutemen volunteers ready to fight at a moment's notice, practicing drills with makeshift muskets. Some are teenagers. Others are missing teeth. Most are farmers. None of them look like soldiers. But they've had enough of being ignored. Even the women are stepping up. You hear of spinning bees gatherings where women produce homespun cloth so they don't have to rely on British imports. You see secret symbols carved into fences, messages passed in laundry lines. It's subtle, but the gears of rebellion are grinding forward. And then there's the fringe stuff, because every revolution has it. You meet one man who swears the British government is secretly poisoning the wells. Another believes King George is in league with the Pope. A woman in Rhode Island says she has visions of an eagle with 13 wings. You're not sure what's real anymore, but what is real is this: the colonies are starting to believe they might have more in common than they thought. Not everything. Of course, they still disagree about slavery, about land, about religion, deeply, bitterly. But the British response to the Tea Party united them more than any speech ever could. When someone comes for your neighbor's bread, you start guarding your own. You walk past a town square where children chant, "No tea, no tyranny." Someone laughs and tosses a wig onto a scarecrow dressed like a British officer. It's ridiculous. It's defiant. And it's the beginning of something far bigger than spilled tea. You brush the tea leaves off your coat and head inland, away from the bustling harbors and into the narrow lanes of the colonies, where the real organizing happens not in grand halls or military barracks, but in smoky taverns, upstairs parlor, and the occasional hayloft when it comes to it. You're walking into the strange world of the Sons of Liberty, which sounds like a dramatic novel your uncle reads, but is, in fact, one of the earliest and loudest groups to shout back at the British Empire. There's no fancy headquarters, no matching uniforms, but somehow, these guys managed to create enough trouble to make London nervous. You slip into a dimly lit back room above a Boston pub. The smell hits first pipe smoke, ale, anxiety, and ink. A group of men hunch over a table littered with pamphlets and spilled wax. One of them is muttering about the latest customs seizure. Another is carving something into the wooden tabletop with a pocket knife. Join. Or D. They don't exactly have a constitution, but if they did, it would read something like, "Annoy the crown at every opportunity." Their methods? Varied. Sometimes it's petitions. Other times it's effigies hung from trees or nailed to doorposts. And sometimes, just sometimes, it's tar, feathers, and a very public parade through the streets for any British loyalist, foolish enough to collect taxes with a smile. One guy in the group turns out to be Samuel Adams Sass. That Sam Adams? No. He's not a brewer. Not really. He's more of a professional agitator with a taste for drama and very few chill settings. He leans over a pamphlet draft and says, "Make it bolder. They need to feel it in their gut." Historians still debate how radical the Sons of Liberty really were. Some argue they were patriots, noble organizers of resistance. Others say they were borderline domestic terrorists, stirring up chaos with glee. The truth, like most things, probably falls somewhere in between. You follow their work beyond Boston. In New York, they're organizing mass protests against stamp distributors. In Charleston, they're pressuring merchants to enforce non-importation agreements. In places like Providence and Newport, they're even burning British ships. Subtlety? Not their strength. And their protests are not just symbolic. They're strategic. You see a group of them intercept a shipment of British textiles and dump them on the edge of town, replacing them with local homespun. Women at spinning bees cheer. The local tailor bows dramatically. The message is clear: we don't need you. And yet, not everyone is convinced. You walk through a market where a loyalist merchant nervously tries to sell his imported goods under the table. He whispers that these radicals are ruining everything, that the British Navy is the only thing keeping pirates off the coast and the economy running. He says the crown brings order, safety, trade. And you realize unity is still very, very fragile. You pass a small homestead in the woods where a farmer has nailed a hand-painted sign to his door. "Don't tread on me." It's not just a catchy slogan, it's a warning. He's got a musket and a grudge, and maybe a raccoon for a watchdog, though it's not clear how effective that is. You hear rumors of secret oaths being taken in candlelit meetings. You see symbols drawn into the dust liberty polls. The number 45, a nod to a British parliamentarian who criticized the king. And snakes coiled in warning. These aren't just decorations. They're signals. Coded messages for those paying attention. You travel to Connecticut, where a printer shows you a freshly minted pamphlet. It's fierce. It's fiery. And it doesn't hold back. We will not be ruled like cattle. It proclaims, in letters big enough to make your grandmother faint. It's being distributed in churches, taverns, and the occasional outhouse, because why not? Then you head into Virginia, where Patrick Henry is up to his usual dramatic tricks. You find yourself in a packed chamber in Richmond as he declares, "Give me liberty," or "Give me death." The room erupts. He looks like he's about to explode into flames from sheer patriotism. But outside, in the shade, an older farmer leans against a fence and mutters, "Easy to say when you've got land." And you feel the chill behind the slogans. Because unity is being forged, but it isn't equal. It isn't fair. It isn't free for everyone. Black colonists hear whispersome from Britain. Some from the colonies offering freedom, if they join the right side. Enslaved people begin slipping away at night, following the smoke of camps where they hope to be treated as humans, not pawns. Native tribes. They're watching the colonies split, wondering which collapsing empire might leave their lands alone. But in the city streets, the Sons of Liberty grow louder. Their name begins to mean something. You see boys carving it into trees, girls stitching it into ribbons. It becomes a whispered phrase passed over dinner tables and shouted across fences. Sons of Liberty. And the British hear it. 2. They respond with more troops, more patrols, more laws, more spies. You watch a young man get arrested for passing out anti-crown pamphlets. He's 17. His hands shake, but his chin lifts. You see him weeks later released, bruised, but grinning. He didn't break. That matters. You sit in another tavern. This time in Pennsylvania. There's no Samuel Adams here, just regular folks. But they've all heard about Boston. They've all seen the pamphlets. And when the talk turns to resistance, no one tells them to lower their voices. The fire is spreading. Still, beneath the bravado, fear lingers. You catch snippets of late-night conversations. Do you think they'll hang us? Do you think France will help? Do you think we even stand a chance? Unity isn't forged with certainty. It's forged with shared risk. With meetings in back rooms, half-finished plans, and a willingness to keep standing, even when your knees want to buckle. That's what the Sons of Liberty brought. Not perfection, not strategy, just determination. And sometimes, that's enough to change everything. You adjust your tricorn hat, it's crooked again, and glance nervously at the horizon. Because tonight, the tension has reached a new pitch. It's no longer whispers in taverns or pamphlets on porches. It's movement. Horses saddled before dawn. Muskets cleaned under moonlight. And through it all, one particular figure, already halfway legend, is preparing to ride into history. Paul Revere doesn't look like a hero. He's wiry, short, eyes sharp, fingers ink-stained from his silversmith work. But tonight, he's carrying more than Nushi's carrying, a warning that might just spark a revolution. And lucky you're riding with him. It's the 18th of April. 1775. And Boston is more than 10 sights ticking. General Gage has ordered British troops to march on Concord, a sleepy little town where colonial militias are stockpiling weapons and ammo. Gage's goal: quietly seize it all and avoid attention. His mistake? Thinking anyone in Boston still sleeps through the night. You follow Revere as he slips out of the city under cover of dusk. There's a second rider, William Dawstaking, a different route just in case. This isn't a one-man show, despite what every elementary school mural suggests. And actually, there's a third rider, to Samuel Prescott, who joins in later. Because apparently nothing says impending revolution like a late-night group ride through hostile countryside. Revere rides hard, past darkened houses and startled chickens. He knocks on doors with his boot, yells into shutters, whispers through cracks in barns. The regulars are coming out, not the British. Because, well, technically, everyone still considers themselves British. It's complicated. Historians still debate whether Revere actually shouted that famous phrase. Most likely, he didn't. Screaming in the middle of the night while trying to avoid arrest isn't exactly smart strategy. But the warning spreads all the same. Lanterns flicker in windows. Horns blow. Church bells ring. The countryside, Enskier, begins to hum with motion. You pass farmers rolling out of bed, half-dressed and confused, but grabbing their rifles all the same. Militia captains send messengers galloping off to neighboring towns. This is no longer theory. It's happening, and you feel the moment tipping from resistance to rebellion. Revere doesn't make it all the way. He's stopped by a British patrol, questioned, and temporarily detained. Dawes gets thrown from his horse. Prescott? He's the lucky one. He makes it to Concord and spreads the alarm. But, in the end, the message arrives. The colonists are awake. You arrive in Lexington at dawn on the 19th of April. Just as the mist clings to the grass and a few dozen sleepy militiamen line up awkwardly on the village green. They look nervous. Some are shaking. Most have never fired a shot in anger. Their captain, John Parker, squints at the rising sun and tells them quietly, "Stand your ground. Don't fire unless fired upon. But if they mean to have a war, let it begin here." And then the redcoats appear, nearly 700 British troops, boots pounding in formation, led by Major John Pitcairn. They march into Lexington like they own it, because technically, they do. But the sight of armed colonists standing defiant makes even the regulars hesitate. What happens next? No one really knows. A shot is fired by whom? We'll never be sure. Maybe a nervous militiaman. Maybe a jumpy redcoat. Maybe someone behind a bush with butterfingers. Historians still argue whether it was deliberate or accidental, ordered or impulsive. But the result is instant. The British open fire. You duck as musket balls snap past your ear. The Lexington militia scatters. 8 colonists lie dead in the dew-soaked grass. The redcoats form ranks and move on, headed for Concord. But the fuse is lit. The war has begun. You follow the British column west toward Concord, where they expect to find the rebel stockpile neatly arranged for confiscation. But the rebels have moved the supplies, and instead of easy victory, the British find an ambush at North Bridge. Colonial militiamen form ranks across the water. You feel the breathless pause then, a sudden crack of musket fire. The shot heard round the world. This time, the colonists fire first. And this time, they don't run. The British retreat, and here's where things get messy. The retreat becomes a rout. Militiamen pour in from surrounding towns, firing from behind trees, fences, and stone walls. You run beside them, ducking under smoke and watching redcoats fall into chaos. The British march becomes a desperate scramble back to Boston, with wounded men dragged behind carts and officers shouting to be heard over the roar of musket fire. It's not a battle. It's not even a coordinated assault. It's every farmer, every blacksmith, every teenage boy with a powder horn taking a shot at the army. They now see as occupiers. The road back to Boston is lined with fire and fury. You reach the city at dusk. British troops limp behind barricades. American militias encircle the city. The siege of Boston has begun, and something is different now. This isn't protest. This isn't resistance. This is open war. You walk the camps outside the city, where militiamen swap stories of the fight. Some are euphoric. Others are haunted. A few joke that now they're real soldiers, though none of them really believe that yet. Inside Boston, British officers pace nervously. General Gage writes letters, begging for reinforcements. Civilians scavenge for food. The tension wraps around the city like a noose. And you? You finally understand what Revere's ride meant. It wasn't just a warning. It was a declaration. The colonies have crossed a line, and there's no going back. The firelight flickers across your face as you huddle in the soft mud outside Boston. It's spring 1775, and the city is under siege. Not by an army of red-coated professionals, but by farmers, teachers, fishermen, coopers, blacksmiths, and teenagers who had to lie about their age just to sneak away from home. You're one of them now. No proper uniform, barely enough powder, and boots that squelch when you walk, but you're here. And for now, that's enough. You move through the scrappy camps ringing the city. There's a man boiling shoes to make soup. Another trying to turn a broken rake into a bayonet. One guy claims to have seen action in the French and Indian War, but he also thinks corn is a fruit. So, questionably reliable. Still, spirits are up. Words spreading fast, we held the British off. The shot heard round the world has turned into a whole conversation, and now the colonies need to figure out who's leading this rebellion before someone accidentally declares independence from the wrong guy. Enter the Second Continental Congress. You travel to Philadelphia again, where the delegates look a little more tired, a little more serious, and a lot more like men realizing they've just started something that might cost them everything. They meet in the same old hall, but the mood is different. Less hopeful, more disparate. They argue over letters, petitions, military plans and, yes, George Washington. He walks into the room taller than anyone else, with a calm so unnerving it makes people straighten their posture without meaning to. He doesn't talk much. When he does, it's with quiet conviction and the kind of authority that doesn't need volume. He's wearing his old military uniform, even though it's a bit out of fashion. Symbolism matters. This is the man they'll appoint to command the new Continental Army. He doesn't exactly jump for joy. In fact, he looks like he's been handed a particularly unpleasant bucket of fish. You travel with him north, back to Boston, where the siege continues. Washington sizes up the situation and almost laughs. The army he's been given is more like a disorganized camping club with occasional gunfire. Half the men don't have muskets. Some have no shoes. They drill with broomsticks while hoping someone brings actual weapons soon. Morale? Mixed. There's plenty of passion, but supplies are low, rations worse, and disease has started making rounds like it's got season tickets. Dysentery doesn't care if you're fighting for liberty or just trying to keep your pants dry. Still, Washington sets to work. He drills the men, sets up regulations, and, crucially, brings a kind of legitimacy to the whole thing. This isn't just a bunch of angry farmers anymore. It's an army. Or it's becoming one. Historians still argue whether Washington was the best military mind the colonies had. Some say he made plenty of mistakes, especially early on. Others argue that his discipline, symbolism, and sheer moral presence were more valuable than tactics. You watch him spend more time writing letters about socks than strategy. And honestly, both seem equally important at this point. Meanwhile, inside Boston, the British hold the city with increasing unease. Supplies are tight. Local loyalists feel the squeeze. And across the harbor, on a little hill known as Breed's Hillies, not actually Bunker Hill, though everyone will call it that, a battle is brewing. You find yourself there on the 17th of June. 1775. The sun is scorching. Colonial troops, led by Colonel William Prescott, dig trenches with pickaxes and shovels that look like they've seen better centuries. They're building a defensive line, right under the nose of the British Navy. And when dawn breaks, the British respond. You stand among the militia as redcoats form up and begin their ascent. Hundreds of them, in perfect ranks. Drums beating, bayonets gleaming. It's terrifying. But Prescott paces behind the line, raising his voice, "Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes." The phrase might be apocryphal, but in this moment, it feels true. You wait. You wait longer. You grip your musket so tightly your knuckles go pale. And then at the perfect moment, you fire. The first British wave staggers, falls back. The second wave comes. You fire again. The third, you're out of ammo. You fight with fists, bayonets, stones, anything you can grab. The British finally take the hill, but at a cost so brutal, it shocks even their generals. Over 1,000 casualties for a patch of earth they won't keep. The colonists technically lose, but it doesn't feel like a loss. You retreat? Yes, but you proved you could stand your ground. That this wasn't just a fluke at Concord. You dented the world's strongest army with a shovel and borrowed boots. Back at camp, Washington surveys the wounded. He doesn't praise, doesn't gloat. He just tightens his jaw and keeps going. You can tell he knows what's coming. Won't be easy. He needs more supplies, more men, more commitment. And from the colonies, he's starting to get it. You see letters pouring in. Militia companies volunteering. Merchants offering credit. Women forming sewing circles to make uniforms. Even teenagers show up, lying about their age, eager to be part of something bigger than themselves. Still, not everyone is on board. You pass through New York, where loyalists gather in drawing rooms, sipping tea with trembling hands. They whisper that rebellion is madness, that they should have waited, negotiated more. Anything but this? Some even sneak messages to British officers. Tensions inside towns begin to boil over. Neighbor turns on neighbor. Families split. You see notices nailed to trees. Tory sympathizer lives here. In one village, someone's barn mysteriously burns down the night after they criticize the Continental Congress. Unity is building, but it's building under strain. Even among patriots, arguments erupt though to fund the army. What happens if they lose? And, increasingly, the big unspoken question, do we actually want independence? Because, up until now, most colonists are fighting for rights as Englishmen, not to break away. They want Parliament to back off, the king to listen, and things to go back to how they were before the taxes and redcoats. But Boston has changed that. The blood, The fire. The smell of smoke on your jacket lingers, and it's not easy to forget. You walk among the wounded, hear the names of the dead read aloud, and wonder, if we don't want independence, why are we already dying for it? You sit by the campfire as someone strums a rough tune on a fiddle. The flames crackle. The stars above are brighter than you've ever seen. And somewhere in the quiet, it settles in your bones. This is not about going back. This is about what comes next. The sun rises sluggishly over Philadelphia, throwing long shadows across the cobbled streets. You rub the sleep from your eyes. The distant scent of horse manure and warm bread, mingling with the louder smells of sweat, ink, and anxious ambition. You're back where so much of this chaos began to take shape, back in the heart of it all. And as you edge toward the brick building where the Continental Congress convenes, you start to realize something. These men aren't just managing a crisis anymore. They're playing high-stakes poker with the future of an entire continent. Inside the building, it's hotter than it should be. You slip into the back of the room, past the creaking wooden chairs and the delegates who speak in turns, their voices carefully composed, even when their eyes are not. Every man here is walking a tightrope stretched between rebellion and ruin. They've reconvened with more than just complaints. This time, they're creating a war strategy. Supply lines, militia coordination, letters to foreign powers. And, for the first time, they begin to discuss something that still feels like treason, even when whispered, forming a real government. You watch as delegates argue over army funding, how to pay, what to promise. Some colonies refuse to send more men unless they're assured compensation. Others complain that Philadelphia is too far away from the action. There's bickering. Always. But woven through it is a strange sort of determination. One particularly vocal man, John Adamsus, practically bouncing in his chair. He's short, loud, opinionated, and would absolutely be the person who responds to every comment in a group chat. He shouts passionately about unity, about sacrifice, and about the need to recognize this movement as something greater than just a New England grudge match with British tax collectors. Then there's Benjamin Franklin. He arrives fashionably late, his walking stick tapping with each step, his spectacles sliding down his nose like they're auditioning for a fall. He says little at first, sipping something that definitely isn't water. But when he does speak, it's a thunderclap dressed in wit. We must all hang together. He kips. Or, most assuredly, we shall all hang separately. Oh? Everyone laughs. Nervously, you watch as Congress decides to print money paper, continental currency, backed by little more than hope and hypothetical future taxes. You feel it in your pocket. The ink still fresh. It smells like ambition and fear. The debates go late into the night, with arguments over supply distribution, over who controls militia forces, over how to manage relations with native tribes who aren't exactly thrilled about colonial expansion, because yes, that's still happening in the background. Historians still argue whether this Congress was truly prepared to lead a war effort, or if they were just improvising with excellent posture. Some claim they were brilliant statesmen. Others say they barely knew what they were doing and just played along until it worked. The truth probably depends on which delegate's diary you read and how much wine was on the table that day. Outside the hall, the mood is shifting. 2. You walk the streets and see broadsheets plastered to tavern doors, quoting Washington's victories, or close enough victories. The term American begins to appear more frequently, whispered in letters, written on crates, sewn into rough militia flags. It doesn't have an official definition yet, but it has weight. You see it in the eyes of young boys drilling with wooden rifles, in the pride of women trading British cloth for homemade linen, even in the cynicism of merchants who now accept Continental paper like it's worth something. It's starting to mean something to belong here. But not everyone is feeling the patriotic glow. In places like New York and Charleston, loyalists gather in cellars and parlor rooms, increasingly alarmed at how radical things have become. They write letters to friends in London, plead for stability, and quietly prepare exit plans in case this whole freedom thing ends in a smoking heap of musket balls. You pass a farm where two brothers argue and the yardone wears homespun and speaks of liberty. The other polishes his boots and says the king provides order. Their mother stands between them, holding a tray of biscuits and trying not to cry. Families are fracturing over ideology. This is what civil war looks like before the first cannon fires. Still, the Congress moves forward. You sit in on another session as they approve the creation of the Continental Navy. Yes, a navy. Despite having exactly 0 real warships, they boldly declare it necessary. You hear Franklin joke, "Well, we'll just borrow one from the British. They have plenty." And while it sounds absurd, within months, converted merchant vessels begin patrolling the coasts. The colonies are improvising an infrastructure, roads, postal routes, communication chains, a military hierarchy that mostly functions if you squint. And as you walk the hallways, you start to hear the whisper of something new: foreign alliances. France, Spain. They don't love the British, and the hope is that they might, just might, throw their golden cannons toward this ragtag rebellion if the colonies can prove they're serious. You pass a secretary hurriedly drafting letters in French that he barely understands. It feels desperate. And it is. Unity, still, is a process, not a product. Even among the Congress, delegates speak in regional terms. Virginia doesn't always trust Massachusetts. South Carolina eyes Pennsylvania with skepticism. Some delegates want swift independence. Others want more petitions. Some want a confederation. Others still whisper of monarchy. But an American version, you lean over a shoulder as someone doodles a rough design of an eagle holding arrows and olive branches, the first draft of a new identity. You don't know it yet, but symbols matter. Out in the streets, a new kind of energy thrums. You see boys painting "Liberty" on fences. You pass a gathering where someone sings the Liberty Song, and the crowd joins in. Slightly off-key, but full of fire. Musicians invent new lyrics every week, each more dramatic than the last. And yes, there's drama. You watch a brawl break out between militiamen from different colonies because one accused the other of hoarding bacon. You also see them make up the next day when a British scouting party shows up and everyone remembers who the real problem is. You're there when the Congress receives news of new skirmishes. You listen to the silence that follows. The worry. The realization that every decision they make now has life or death consequences. You slip out into the night, walking past flickering lanterns and sleeping dogs. You pass a group of men whispering near a coach delegates, preparing to send a final appeal to King George. Known as the Olive Branch Petition. A last-ditch effort to make peace, but you know how that turns out. It's ignored, or worse, mocked. And suddenly, everything shifts. This isn't just a war for rights anymore. It's becoming a war for identity. You pull your cloak tighter around your shoulders as a cold Virginia breeze swirls dust across the lane. Far ahead, the rhythmic clop of hooves breaks the morning hush. There he is again. George Washington, this time seated stiffly atop a chestnut horse. His gaze locked on a distant blue ridge, like it owes him an apology. The man doesn't smile much. But he doesn't have to. Everyone around him is already falling in line. The Continental Congress may have chosen him. But it's out here in the encampments and on the muddy roads that Washington begins earning the loyalty of the very army he's expected to hold together with little more than willpower and wooden teeth. Okay? Fine. His dentures weren't actually made of wood. Historians still argue about what they were. Hippopotamus ivory. Cow teeth. Human teeth. Ew. Or even lead. Regardless, they were uncomfortable. Creaky. And the man hated them. But what he hated more was the idea of losing. You ride alongside him northward as he surveys militia training drills. A boy with one boot and mismatched buttons fires a musket backward by accident. Another soldier tries to stab a hay bale, but trips into a goose. Washington doesn't yell. He just watches, nods slightly, and makes a note for better training. Quiet leadership. Like a storm, forming just beyond the hills. You camp with him near Cambridge, where his army, if you can call it that, shivers in tents made from patched sailcloth. They have no proper uniforms. Their weapons are outdated. Their gunpowder supply is so bad, you half expect someone to try grinding up peppercorns. And yet, they keep showing up. They keep drilling. They believe. Not all of them know why yet. But they believe. Washington makes rounds every morning. He speaks to each company, not with flowery speeches, just calm questions. How's the rations? Need new flints? How's your family? It's the little things that earn trust faster than a saber ever could. One evening, you follow him into his tent and see him poring over maps lit by a single flickering candle. He looks tired, older than the portraits ever show. He writes letters, late into the night pleas to Congress for powder, uniforms, blankets, and surgeons. Sometimes he gets answers. Sometimes he gets silence. Historians still debate whether Washington was a tactical genius or simply the right symbol at the right time. But the truth is this: while others were shouting and posturing, he was building something out of nothing. A disciplined, if ragged, force that didn't need to win every battle, just survive long enough to matter. Meanwhile, back in Boston, the British are feeling the squeeze. General Gage has been replaced by General Howe, who arrives with fresh troops and more polished tactics. The British have better cannons, cleaner uniforms, and proper biscuits. But what they don't have is land. They're stuck, trapped in a city surrounded by rebels who just won't go away. You hike up Dorchester Heights, south of Boston. Under the cover of darkness, it's March 1776. And something big is brewing. Literally, Cannon slots of them are being dragged up this hill by teams of oxen and angry patriots swearing at every bump in the path. These are no ordinary cannons. Though, these came from Fort Ticonderoga, courtesy of a man named Henry Knox, who somehow managed to haul 60 tons of artillery across 300 miles of icy wilderness, like it was a fun winter road trip. You watch as the guns are placed silently overnight. And by dawn, the British wake up to see the high ground above them, bristling with artillery. Washington doesn't even have to fire. General Howe takes one look, sighs dramatically, and begins evacuation plans. On the 17th of March, British troops abandon Boston. The city is liberated without a full-scale battle. The people celebrate. Bells ring. Cannons fire into the sea for effect. Washington rides into the city through cheering crowds. You can smell freedom in the air, though. It still shares space with fish, guts, and horse sweat. This victory is symbolic more than strategic. Boston, while important, isn't the real prize. The real stage is shifting south toward New York. But for now, you celebrate with the locals. Someone hands you a cup of homemade cider. Children parade with scraps of red cloth they call British rags. An old man lights a pipe and says, "Didn't think I'd live to see the day." You almost believe him. Washington doesn't linger. He knows the war is far from over. The next battle will be harder, bloodier, less symbolic, more survival. You march with him south toward Manhattan, where things feel different. New York is not Boston. It's larger, more divided, wealthier, and crawling with loyalists. Even among the taverns and tea shops, there's a sense of watching your words. People smile, but their eyes flick toward the door. Here, spies are real. You don't trust anyone unless they've got a calloused handshake and muddy boots. Washington sets up defense quickly. He builds forts on the riverbanks, die stranges, and coordinates scouts on Long Island. But he's nervous, and with good reason. The British are preparing a massive fleet, not a few ships, hundreds, an armada that makes your breath catch when you see the masts blotting out the horizon. When the invasion begins, it's not subtle. In late summer, 1776, General Howe's forces land on Staten Island. Then Brooklyn. The Battle of Long Island is brutal. Washington's forces are outnumbered, outmaneuvered, and nearly surrounded. You fight in thick smoke and chaos. Mud up to your knees, and the scent of burning wood choking your lungs. It's a disaster. And yet, miraculously, Washington pulls off a nighttime retreat across the East River under cover of fog. No one knows how. It shouldn't have worked. But it did. You stand on the Manhattan shore, watching the final boats cross. The city burning behind you. You're cold, exhausted, alive. Historians still puzzle over how Washington saved his army that night. Some say divine luck. Others say excellent timing. You say, never underestimate a man with bad teeth and a worse temper. Back in Philadelphia, the Congress sends letters praising his bravery and quietly panics over the loss of New York. But Washington doesn't flinch. He retreats through New Jersey, pursued like a fox by hounds, and he keeps the army alive. Because that's the point. Now, not grand victories, but endurance. You follow him into the Pennsylvania countryside. The men are tired. Uniforms hang in tatters. Food is scarce. One soldier gnaws a frozen turnip like it's fine dining. Another wraps his feet in rags and mutters poetry to himself. But no one deserts. Because somehow, even after defeat, even after retreat, they believe in Washington, in each other, in the wild, half-cooked dream of a country that doesn't exist yet but might. You're huddled in a barn somewhere outside Trenton, trying to stay warm with a wool blanket that smells suspiciously like wet dog and old cheese. It's December now, and every breath you take feels like inhaling needles. Across the frozen road, a soldier curses at the frost in his boots, then apologizes to his musket as if it's the only one listening. Spirits are low. So low, in fact, that even your shadow seems reluctant to follow you. This right here is the part they don't put on the posters. No drums. No glory. Just icy mud. Unpacks. And a commander who refuses to give up. Washington still walks among the men. Eyes tired but unbroken. He hears their complaints. Watches them limp through snowdrifts, and never once suggests that it's time to call it quits. Which is good. Because calling it quits, not exactly an option anymore. You pass a campfire where someone is reading aloud from a little pamphlet, voice trembling more from emotion than cold. The words ring through the smoke like a hymn. These are the times that try men's souls. Thomas Paine's The American Crisis is freshly printed, and its message hits like a musket ball to the chest. Paine, ever the radical, doesn't sugarcoat anything. He calls out summer soldiers and sunshine patriots, those who only fight when the weather's nice and the odds are good. You're still here in the sleet. So congratulations, you're not one of them. Historians still argue whether Paine's words actually turned the tide, or if the timing just worked out. But when you hear them sharp, urgent, hopeful, you start to believe again. Not just in surviving, but in winning. Somehow, and that's when Washington rolls out his new plan. It sounds ridiculous. Attack Trenton on Christmas night, in a snowstorm, with frostbitten troops and half-melted gunpowder? Honestly. It sounds like a plot twist, written by someone who's had a little too much hard cider. But Washington doesn't smile. He's not trying to be clever. He's trying to turn the tide. You board one of the Durham boats before midnight. Shoulders hunched against the sleet. The Delaware River is angry to night ice chunks drift past like lazy blades. And the current snaps at the oars. Men slip. Boats groan. And lanterns flicker. Someone drops a cannon into the river. You pretend not to notice. It takes hours to cross. By the time you reach the Jersey side, your fingers are too stiff to undo the straps on your powder horn. But no one's turning back. Not now. The march to Trenton is a frozen blur of clinking boots and whispered prayers. You nearly trip over a fallen comrade who refuses to stop, crawling through the snow because, as he mutters, Washington's still walking. And he is. Every mile. At dawn, you spot the town. Trenton. Quiet. Cold. Still asleep. Inside, Hessian soldiers, professional German mercenary SR, snoring off their Christmas festivities. And outside are 400 ragged Americans, prepare to wake them up in the loudest way possible. The attack begins with cannon blasts that bounce down the icy streets. You rush forward through the smoke and sleet, slipping on cobblestones, slick with snowmelt and spilled beer. The Hessians scramble, half-dressed, some still hungover. They fire back, but it's too late. You've already broken their lines. Within an hour, it's over. Nearly 1-0 Hessians captured. Supplies seized. A clean, morale-boosting victory, and not a single American killed in combat. You collapse against a stone wall, lungs burning, lips cracked. For the first time in months, it feels like the tide is shifting. Then comes Princeton. Washington wastes no time. A week later, he tricks the British by leaving campfires burning and marching his army around their flank under cover of night. At Princeton, the Redcoats get another surprise wake-up call. This time, Washington rides into battle on horseback, bullets snapping past his coat. You watch him rally the troops not with speeches, but by standing tall in the open like someone who's already decided that victory is inevitable. And again, the British retreat. These two back-to-back wins, they're not just battles. They're momentum. Proof that the Continental Army isn't just a collection of angry farmers. They're a real fighting force. And suddenly, Europe starts paying closer attention. You walk the halls of Congress again and hear whispers about France. Rumors that Franklin is in Paris, wearing a fur hat and charming everyone from courtiers to fishmongers. You're skeptical. But if anyone can turn wine into muskets, it's probably Ben Franklin. Meanwhile, in the colonies, support swells, recruitment numbers rise, donations come in, women organize more supply drives. You watch a mother donate her wedding silver for musket balls, then go right back to feeding a dozen soldiers, like it's just another Tuesday. But not all is perfect. You pass towns still torn between sides. Loyalist sympathizers hide in plain sight. Spies pass notes through bakeries, churches, and schools. You hear about an officer almost poisoned by his own servant, and you wonder how many of your neighbors believe in the same future you do. You travel through New Jersey, where entire families are fleeing. Fields burn, barns are gutted, livestock vanishes in the night. War isn't a noble chess match. Here it's hunger, fear, and smoke in your eyes. Still, you carry on. You help rebuild a broken bridge for marching troops. You share a flask of molasses liquor with a drummer boy who claims he once fought a bear he didn't. You patch your coat with twine and faith, then march into yet another muddy campsite that smells like wet leather and regret. And Washington? He keeps pushing. He writes constantly to Congress, to state governors, to European contacts. He asks for troops, supplies, and most of all, trust. His army isn't winning every battle, but it's still standing. That, in itself, is a kind of victory. One night, you catch him staring out across a frozen field, face half lit by moonlight. He's not speaking, not praying, just waiting. For news, for spring, for this all to make sense. You sit beside him in silence, and for a moment, the war fades. Just a man, just a mission, just one impossible idea, refusing to die, Your boots squelch in soft mud as you tread the well-worn path toward a modest village tavern somewhere in Pennsylvania. The scent of roasted onions, tobacco, and spilled ale greets you at the door. But so does something else. Words. Big ones. Loud ones. Sometimes slurred ones. And most of them revolve around the question that's currently dividing dinner tables, marketplaces, and entire counties. Which side are you on? Inside. The tavern is a battleground of philosophies, dressed in waistcoats and patched aprons. You slide onto a bench near the fire, just in time to hear a farmer declare, "King George's taxes ain't worth the candle I read them by." Someone else responds, "But the crown keeps order." You fools. You want chaos? Look at Boston. And with that, you know you're in for another long evening. The colonies are not a united front. Not yet. You see that clearly now. You thought everyone had jumped on the Liberty wagon the moment tea hit the harbor. But turns out, some folks still prefer their monarchs neat, with a side of tradition. You learn quickly that people fall into roughly 3 camps: patriots, loyalists, and fence-sitters. The patriots, of course, are the loudest at the moment. They talk about liberty, self-governance, and the natural rights of man until your ears ring with it. But the loyalists, sometimes called Tories, though not all appreciate the nickname, have their own arguments. They fear mob rule. They remind you that the British Empire is not just a king with a powdered wig, but a massive global machine that brings order, structure, and trade. And they've got a point losing that might not end well. Then there's the third group, the fence-sitters. You meet a lot of them. Shopkeepers, small farmers, school teachers, and midwives, who just want to keep their heads down and their families fed. They'll quietly serve both sides and loudly commit to neither, not out of cowardice, but because war is terrifying, messy, and rarely kind to the average person. Historians still debate how large each group truly was. Was it a true third split? Were the patriots always dominant? Or were they just better at marketing? The pamphlets, the songs, the fiery speeches, all of it created a sense of momentum that may not have matched reality. You lean against a fence post in a quiet village and watch as a woman hides her son in a wagon headed west. Her husband joined the militia. Her brother is a redcoat stationed in New York. Her expression is carved from heartbreak. Not all divisions are political. Some are deeply personal. You find yourself in Charleston, South Carolina, where the war looks different. There are wealthy loyalist merchants still sipping imported tea from London, and enslaved people whispering about which army might offer them a shot at freedom, though. Let's be honest. Both sides are making promises they don't seem too keen on keeping. You listen to a preacher quote the Bible in support of rebellion. Then, not even a mile away, another preacher uses the same scripture to argue that divine authority rests with the king. Theology, it turns out, can be just as split as politics. And yet, something else begins to happen in between the arguments, the pamphlets, and the nervous glances. You start seeing communities slowly make choices. You see towns take votes, literal ones, scribbled on slips of paper or declared by shouting at a town meeting. Some swear loyalty to the cause. Others declare neutrality and post hand-painted signs. No soldiers bleeded here. In New Jersey, you witness a barn turned into a court of rebel law. A man stands accused of spying for the British. There's no judge, just a committee of local farmers and blacksmiths who call witnesses and pass judgment. Justice? Maybe. Legal? Not exactly. But it's what happens when a new society is trying to build itself midair. You watch a group of patriot women form a committee to boycott British imports and support the war effort. They sew uniforms, organize rationing, and write angry letters with ink-stained fingers. One woman tells you, "We've had enough kings for a lifetime." You nod. She hands you a biscuit. It's awful. You eat it anyway. Then you travel westward, past the frontier towns, where the war barely reaches at least. Not yet. Here, unity is less about ideology and more about survival. People want peace, trade, to be left alone, but the war is coming for them too. Slowly, inevitably, you pass a Quaker meeting where the members are split not just over loyalty, but over whether they should even fight at all. Some refuse violence entirely. Others feel the tug of the cause. The room is silent, heavy, tense. Eventually, someone stands and says simply, "Let our peace be louder than their war." I. Still, in the cities and port towns, tensions rise. You witness a loyalist printing press smashed in broad daylight by a patriot mob. You see a redcoat sympathizer tarred and feathered and paraded down the street. This screams echo into the night. And you see children watching from windows, their eyes wide, with a fear they don't yet have words for. You feel it now. This isn't a war of soldiers alone. It's a war that lives in dinner tables and churches and the spaces between neighbors. One day, someone offers you a glass of cider and a smile. The next, they report you to the local militia because you hesitated before pledging your loyalty. Trust is a currency, and it's in short supply. Still, slowly, awkwardly, the colonies begin to lean further into the revolution. You see more homes flying homemade flags, more soldiers marching through towns without resistance, and more tavern-goers toasting liberty rather than the king. You watch as debate turns into conviction. Fence-sitters begin to choose sides, not always because they believe, but because not choosing has become dangerous. Silence can be its own kind of declaration now. You walk past a bulletin board where someone has nailed the beginnings of a poem. It reads, "They say we must pick a side. So we do. With clenched fists, with quiet prayers, with trembling pens." And you realize, the war for independence isn't just being fought in fields and forests. It's being fought in hearts. In kitchens, in whispers between sisters, in fists slammed onto oak tables, and as the colonies choose them joyfully. Others, with dread you, feel the shape of something new forming beneath your feet. Not unity. Not yet. But the rumble of its arrival. You step into the old Pennsylvania State House again. Now, dim with the stink of ink, candle wax, and a whole lot of nervous sweat. The same wooden floors creak beneath your boots. But everything feels more urgent. Quills scratch faster. Tempers snap quicker. And every cough from the gallery draws a side-eye like it might carry treason. Because tonight, a handful of colonial delegates are trying to write a document that could change the entire world or get them all hanged before autumn. It's June. 1776. The war is fully on now. The Declaration of Independence hasn't been approved yet, but the idea is smoldering behind every debate. Every glance, every line scratched out and started over again. That's why the Congress quietly forms a small committee, just 5 men to draft a statement in case the vote for independence goes through. If the colonies agree to break away, they'll need to explain themselves. Loudly, elegantly, persuasively, and, ideally, in a way that makes it hard for France to say no to sending help. You're there when the committee gathers in a dimly lit room. 5 very different men, squinting over parchment and trying not to ruin history before it even begins. There's the quiet, moody one Thomas Jefferson elected to do most of the actual writing. There's John Adams, sharp-tongued and always pacing. Benjamin Franklin sits calmly, occasionally chiming in with a joke that somehow sounds like ancient wisdom. Then there's Roger Sherman and Robert Livingston-less remembered, but still part of this oddly historic book club. They argue about everything. Not angrily. Not yet. But thoughtfully. You listen as Jefferson tosses out phrases. Adams refines them. And Franklin chuckles, suggesting they remove any words that might get in the way of elegance. Better to be understood than applauded. He mutters. Historians still debate how much each man contributed to the final text. Jefferson's ego swore. He wrote it all. Franklin definitely offered edits. Adams likely gave it backbone. Sherman and Livingston probably nodded supportively. What's certain is this. The first draft emerges from that room not as a bland notice of divorce from Britain, but as a poetic, blistering, philosophical firebomb. You stand behind Jefferson's chair as he dips his quill and begins with words that send a chill through the room, when in the course of human events, he doesn't just complain about taxes, he lays out the purpose of government itself. He declares that all men are created equal, that governments derive their power from the consent of the governed, and that when a government becomes destructive of those ends, the people have not just the right but the duty to throw it off. Heavy stuff, especially for a man wearing stockings and a powdered wig. You watch him write with careful grace, drawing from Enlightenment thinkers, colonial grievances, and his own Virginian pride. Every sentence builds on the last. Every word is a hammer striking a bell. And then come the accusations. You've never seen a list quite like it. 27 specific charges against King George III, laid out like a lawyer preparing for trial. Refusing to approve laws, dissolving representative houses, obstructing justice, sending armies in peacetime, cutting off trade, hearing mercenaries, inciting insurrection, and yes, even transporting us beyond seas to be tried for pretended offenses, which sounds oddly like the start of a very passive-aggressive Yelp review. But Jefferson isn't done. He adds a paragraph condemning the king's support of the slave trade, calling it a cruel war against human nature itself. You read it twice. It's bold. Too bold. Apparently, that paragraph will be struck out before the final version is approved, mostly because several Southern delegates insist on it. The irony, crushing. The wound, still felt centuries later. You follow Jefferson to his boarding house, where he collapses into a chair and orders weak tea. He's tired but focused. He reads the draft aloud to his landlady, then edits it again. He's trying to write something that will last longer than muskets, and bayonet something that will live in people's bones. Back in Congress, the debate over the draft grows louder. Some argue the language is too extreme. Others say it's not extreme enough. Franklin suggests softening one phrase, changing Scotch and foreign mercenaries to just foreign mercenaries, so as not to offend Scottish supporters. You wouldn't think diplomacy would come down to adjectives, but here we are. And then there's the style. You watch them argue over commas. Commas. Adams insists on clarity. Jefferson insists on rhythm. Franklin cuts words with surgical precision. You get the sense that this isn't just about politics anymore. It's about legacy. They want it to sing. Outside. Word is spreading that something is brewing. You pass crowds whispering rumors. They're going to declare it any day now. A boy sells mock parchment titled, "The King's Last Wish." A group of dock workers practice reading speeches aloud in dramatic voices. The city buzzes with anticipation. You visit the press shops, where typesetters grease their hands and wait for the final version to arrive. They know the moment it's approved. They'll be printing until their knuckles go numb. But the decision itself? Still uncertain. Not every colony is ready to leap into the dark. New York hesitates. Pennsylvania is split. Maryland waffles like it's trying to win a prize for indecisiveness. Everyone knows what's at stake. Declaring independence means war, total war. There's no coming back from this. One delegate stands up in the hall and says, "We are about to light a torch that will never be put out." Another mutters, "Or burn us all to ash." Both feel true. Still, the document takes shape. You're there when the committee presents it to Congress. You feel the breath hitch in the room as Jefferson reads it aloud. Some men nod solemnly. Others glance at the doors, half expecting redcoats to burst through. One delegate scribbles furiously, adding the words to his journal, like he's afraid they'll vanish if not recorded fast enough. The room is quiet when it ends. Not cheers. No applause. Just silence. The weight of history settling like dust. You step outside into the muggy June air. Fireflies blink in the twilight. The streets are still, but you feel it, that electric stillness before a storm. Because the words have been written, the fuse is lit. Now all that's left is the vote. The summer heat seeps into every brick, every collar, every breath you take inside the Pennsylvania State House. The windows are propped open with books and bayonets, but the air still clings like wet cloth. Outside, horses swat flies with their tails. Inside, men swat down sentences with red ink. And right now, Thomas Jefferson looks like he's about to throttle someone with his quill. The draft of the Declaration of Independence is on the table. And Congress is editing. You sit behind Jefferson, watching his jaw clench every time someone changes a word. John Adams keeps telling him not to take it personally. But of course, Jefferson is taking it very personally. He'd crafted every syllable like a musician composing a symphony. Then, along comes a committee with carving knives and complaints. He crosses his arms and paces in the corner, like an angsty teenager with a philosophy degree. Self-evident truths? Someone questions. Shouldn't we say sacred and undeniable instead? Franklin raises an eyebrow and murmurs. Self-evident sounds more enlightenment and less pulpit. Jefferson scowls. Adams shrugs. The edit stays. You watch as paragraph after paragraph gets trimmed, softened, rearranged. The long, brutal attack on King George gets debated line by line. Some want to leave in the gripes about Parliament. Others want to make the king the sole villain. Simplicity is winning over nuance. And then comes the most controversial part, Jefferson's anti-slavery paragraph. It's a powerful condemnation not just of slavery itself, but of the king's role in enabling it. You read it and feel the words hit like a hammer. He has waged cruel war against human nature itself. It's blistering, honest, ahead of its time. But not everyone is ready for honesty. Southern delegates, particularly from South Carolina and Georgia, shift in their seats. They're clear. Include this paragraph, and their colonies might walk away from the vote entirely. Even some Northerners hesitate, not because they disagree with the message, but because they know the economy and unity are both fragile, and the revolution, if it has any chance, needs all 13 colonies. Historians still debate whether Jefferson included the clause to absolve his own conscience or to push the moral conversation forward. After all, he himself enslaved hundreds. Whatever his intent, the result is gutting. The paragraph is struck. No slavery condemnation. No mention of the contradiction between all men are created equal and the laborers shackled in silence just a few streets away. You feel the energy shift in the room. It's like watching a noble idea be bent just enough to pass through a narrow door. There's compromise here, not celebration. The men seated around you know it. But they also know that if the colonies don't hang together on this, well, Franklin already said it best. Still, Jefferson fumes. You walk with him later through the dusky streets. He mutters under his breath about hypocrisy and disappointment, occasionally kicking pebbles, like he's auditioning for a melancholy poem. Eventually, he calms down enough to admit that maybe what matters most is that the core survives, that the dream doesn't die in committee. And that dream? That all men are created equal. That government exists to protect rights, not control them. That revolution is not only permissible, but necessary when tyranny takes root. That kind of statement, it lingers. Back in the hall, delegates continue nitpicking. Should we say pursuit of happiness or stick with property? Jefferson had already made the change, subtly shifting the focus from ownership to aspiration. You can see the Enlightenment fingerprints all over it from Locke to Rousseau. The end result is distinctly American, audacious, abstract, and catchy. The edits are finalized. The parchment is ready. You run your fingers along the text, still damp in places from the ink. And then you glance up because something is happening. A silence falls. One by one, the delegates begin signing off on the revisions. Not signing the final document yet, but giving it life. Agreement. Consensus. They lean back in their chairs. Exhausted. Some light pipes. Others just exhale for the first time in hours. You step outside to find a gathering crowd. No formal announcement yet. But word has already leaked. Philadelphia taverns begin whispering, "They're really going through with it?" You watch a street fiddler play something vaguely triumphant. A small group of children reenact King George getting fired, using a mop and a cabbage. And then, you head to the print shop John Dunlap's press is already heating up. The typesetters are groaning. They know they'll be working all night. You watch them assemble the first broadside versions of the Declaration. Letter by letter. Sentence by sentence. Carefully arranging phrases that might soon be punishable by death. By dawn, the ink is drying. The copies will be sent to colonial assemblies, to militias, to churches, to anyone with a wall, to post it on. Congress won't approve the full final version until the 4th of July. But the words are already out there. You hold one of the first copies. The paper's rough, the type imperfect, but the meaning is clear. This isn't just a letter. It's a dare, a poem, a fuse. And the colonies? They've just lit the match. You walk the empty street as bells begin to ring softly in the distance. Independence hasn't officially been declared yet. But you know you feel it's inevitable now. The words are too powerful, too wide, too contagious. Freedom, like ink, has begun to spread. Your boots creak against the State House floorboards as you ease back into the overheated chamber, where the smell of quill ink is beginning to lose its charm, and everyone has memorized the shape of each other's sweat stains. The Declaration of Independence is on the table now, complete, polished, pointed like a bayonet. But before the ink dries beneath their signatures, the delegates want more changes. Because nothing ever just is in this room, it's debated, rewritten, and stripped down like a mule that wandered into the wrong town. You find Jefferson in the corner again, arms crossed, staring daggers at his mutilated draft. His quiet, but the kind of quiet that probably leads to some very spicy diary entries later. Every stroke of red ink is a little paper cut to his ego. You glance at the version, Congress is now reviewing leaner, cleaner, and, if you ask Jefferson, tragically deflavored, like when your favorite restaurant removes half the menu and pretends it's elevating the experience. That slavery clause? Still gone. Too controversial. Too regionally sensitive. As the Southerners put it, even some of the more moderate delegates, eager for unity, argue that airing all the king's sins might overwhelm the message. And yes, the message matters, but so does what's missing. Historians still argue whether striking the clause was a tactical move or a moral failing. You suspect it was both. You sit through the debates. You nod as yet another man stands to question the tone of the word barbarous. Is it too much? Not enough? One delegate jokes that the document is now as sharp as a butter knife. Franklin chuckles and suggests they keep it that way. It's easier to slide into history when you're smooth. You step outside for a breath and spot a group of townspeople peeking in through the windows. They know something big is happening every conversation, every street corner. Every loaf of bread seems charged with anticipation. A boy runs down the road yelling, "They're doing it! They're doing it!" What exactly it is still unclear. But it feels important. You return in time to hear another round of wordsmithing. Unalienable rights. Someone says, "Should it be inalienable instead?" The room pauses. A few nod. Someone grunts. The word remains. But you sense how close it came to a last-second identity crisis. Language is political now. Every comma is a cannon. Every semicolon a skirmish. One line causes particularly heated debate. He has excited domestic insurrections amongst us. It's aimed at King George. Of course. But also a quiet jab at the fear of rebellion from within slaves. Native allies. Disgruntled colonists. You watch as the phrase is trimmed. Dulled. Made vague. The line remains, but it's just hazy enough to slide under the radar in Virginia and Georgia. Some edits are about rhythm. Others are to avoid giving Parliament too much blame, because that might confuse the narrative. Jefferson rolls his eyes as phrases are cut not for being wrong, but for being too wordy. He mutters, "We're not writing a grocery list." But the truth is, Congress wants impact, not essays. There's a funny moment when a delegate tries to replace tyranny with misgovernment. The silence that follows is heavy. Then someone scoffs. "We're not breaking up with a schoolteacher, we're declaring war." The word tyranny stays. You notice that no one is smiling anymore. These men know what they're about to sign isn't just parchment. It's a guillotine with good calligraphy. By the 4th of July, the edits are done. The votes are counted. 12 colonies approve the document. New York abstains not because they're against it, but because their provincial Congress hasn't given them clear instructions yet. It feels a bit like someone RSVPing, maybe to history. Still, no one waits. The Declaration is adopted. There's no explosion of cheers. No champagne. Just a deep, collective inhale. A quiet realization that, as of now, every man in that room is technically guilty of treason. You wander through the city that night. It's oddly peaceful. A few lanterns swing in windows. A group of women hang a homemade banner from a balcony. Freedom lives here now. You spot a tavern filled with whispered toasts and the clink of mismatched glasses. A preacher reads part of the Declaration aloud by firelight. His voice trembling. The document is printed again. Broadside copies. Dozens at first. Then hundreds, carried by horseback, tacked to church doors. Read aloud in public squares. You see children copy the words in chalk on stones. A sailor tattoos life, liberty, happiness on his arm in crooked letters. But even as the words spread, so does the fallout. Loyalists, who had hoped for reconciliation, begin to panic. Some flee inland. Others head for British ships anchored in harbors, praying for safe passage. Families fracture overnight. Brothers stop speaking. Neighbors report neighbors. You overhear someone whisper, "You can't be neutral now. Not after this. M." And they're right. This wasn't just a declaration to Britain. It was one to everyone in America. Pick a side. Even Congress seems unsettled by the quiet that follows. You sit near a delegate who folds his copy of the Declaration and whispers, "Now comes the hard part." Another replies, "No. Now comes the impossible part." Because writing is easy. Fighting for it? That's another matter. You return to the hall a few days later to find the atmosphere shifted again. The room smells of heat and old dreams. The final copyth one we'll eventually all memorize bits of in school is being prepared for signing. This time, they're not just editing a draft, they're committing to it. You watch Jefferson one last time as he stares at his document. It's not what he imagined, but it's enough. Maybe. Hopefully, you lean in, brush your fingers across the parchment, and feel the weight of a sentence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. It's more than ink. It's defiance dressed as poetry. The heat is sweltering again. July in Philadelphia is basically a sauna with mosquitoes and powdered wigs. And inside the State House, the air has officially stopped moving. You're sweating through your linen shirt. And even the ink on the freshly copied parchment seems to bead and smudge in protest. But no one cares, because today they're going to sign. It's the 4th of July. 1776. The Declaration of Independence has been approved. The text finalized. But before we dive into the signing, here's the cheeky twist. No one actually signs it on the 4th. The big fancy signature party doesn't happen until the 2nd of August. You don't hear about that in fireworks commercials. Do you? Still. Today's the day they adopt the document. The vote is real. The moment. Enormous. And though the official parchment won't be ready for a few more weeks, the colonies have, as Ben Franklin so elegantly put it, hung together, or else surely we shall all hang separately. You join the delegates as they shuffle in one by one, coats brushed, wigs powdered, faces blank, but minds racing. There's no music, no applause, no official toast, just quiet resolve, scribbled on faces like an invisible tattoo. One man leans over to whisper, "They'll remember this day for centuries." Another mutters, "If we live that long." Oh, the first broadside copies of the Declaration are already rolling off John Dunlap's press. You can hear the rhythmic clack-clack of the wooden press just down the street. The paper smells of ink and gum Arabic. You grab one hot off the press and feel your fingers stain with freedom. Copies are dispatched by express riders, who bolt out of the city like messengers from Mount Olympus. Some head to state assemblies, others to militia captains, and a few to key figures in New England, the Carolinas, and beyond. One copy is even destined for King George III. Imagine his face when he reads that, out in the streets, rumors ignite faster than tinder. By the next morning, people are calling it Independence Day. Bells toll, cannons roar in celebration, or perhaps confusion some towns just like making noise. The news spreads by foot, hoof, and wind. You follow a copy to the steps of the Pennsylvania State House, where a man clears his throat and begins to read aloud to a growing crowd. The moment is raw. People stand in silence, their faces absorbing each word like light from a sunrise. A woman clutches her child's hand tighter. A soldier takes off his hat, and when the reader finishes, there's no explosion of applause, just a wave of something heavier than celebration conviction. A few days later, you travel north, where General Washington receives the Declaration in New York. He has it read aloud to his troops on the 9th of July. You're there as soldiers gather in clusters under the gray sky, listening, shifting their weight, nodding slowly. The words give weight to their fight, no longer a rebellion to be patched up, but a full-fledged leap into the void. Then something wild happens. You hear shouting from the direction of Bowling Green. A mob has gathered, and before anyone can stop them, they tear down the large gilded statue of King George that stood in the square for years. His head comes off first, then the body, and what do they do with it? They melt it down and turn it into musket balls. That's right, King George literally becomes ammunition for the war against him. Talk about poetic recycling. Historians still debate whether the destruction of royal symbols was spontaneous or orchestrated by patriot leaders to stoke enthusiasm. Either way, it works. You feel the shift in the air. The colonies aren't whispering anymore. They're shouting. Back in Philadelphia, the parchment version of the Declaration is nearly ready. This one is written in beautiful, oversized script by Timothy Matlack, whose handwriting is so good, it could probably stop a war all on its own. It's this document that will be ceremonially signed by members of Congress in early August. And yes, that's where John Hancock enters the legend. On the 2nd of August, most delegates gather once more to physically sign the parchment. You walk beside them, watching each man take the quill, pause, and then scrawl his name onto history. Hancock goes first. And boy, does he go for it. He writes his name big and bold, reportedly saying something like, "There, King George can read that without his spectacles." Okay, maybe he didn't say exactly that. Historians still argue about the quote, but you get the idea. One by one, the signatures accumulate. Some hands tremble. Some don't. Some names will go on to become household legends. Others will fade into obscurity known only to trivia nerds and students frantically Googling before exams. You lean in and examine the names. Franklin, Jefferson, Adams, Sherman, but also lesser-known ones like Button Gwinnett, who sounds more like a cartoon duck than a revolutionary, but whose signature will become one of the rarest and most valuable. As the last name is signed, there's a beat of silence. No applause. No music. Just that creaking wood and the sound of America exhaling. You look around the room. Everyone is different now. Not just delegates. Not just politicians. Traitors. In the eyes of Britain. Heroes. In the eyes of generations to come. You walk outside into the sunlight. You feel different too. Taller. Sharper. A little terrified. The colonies are no longer colonies. They are a new nation. Not kite-formed. Not kite-stable. But declared. Named. Staked into the soil with words. It's not a constitution. It's not a government yet. It's not even peace. But it is identity. And you feel it in your chest, the thrum of rebellion shaped into hope. Back at the press, more copies are being made. The ink never dries for long. The revolution has a new weapon now. Language. As you head down the cobbled street, a boy runs past you. Barefoot, waving a copy over his head. "They signed it," he yells. "They really signed it." And you smile, because now, the world knows it too. You're standing on a dusty road that stretches between two taverns and a blacksmith shop. And somewhere above the clatter of horses and hammer strikes, the air buzzes with a new word: independence. Not whispered, not muttered, but spoken aloud now. Like it's been here all along, and someone finally remembered to give it a name. You wipe sweat from your brow and look around. And the strangest thing hits you. The colonies haven't changed at all. But also, everything's different. It's mid-August 1776. Word has spread. Across New England towns, Appalachian foothills, Carolina Reach fields, and Maryland crossroads. The Declaration of Independence has been read, posted, passed along. You watch as a local preacher holds up a tattered broadside in front of his congregation and declares, "These are our truths now." An elderly woman in the back wipes away tears. A teenage boy pumps his fist. A toddler claps, mostly because everyone else is clapping. It's infectious. But even as hearts are swelling, so are fears, because the British, they've read it too. And they are not thrilled. You make your way north to New York City, where General Washington's Continental Army braces itself for what everyone knows is coming. A British invasion the size of a thunderstorm with really good uniforms. The city is boiling with tension. Rumors swirl. The redcoats are gathering by sea. Thousands. Maybe even 30,000. No one really knows, but you hear it in every tavern, every barber shop, every church pew. You stand beside Washington as he peers out over the harbor. Spyglass in hand. What he sees makes his jaw tighten. British ships. Dozens. Then hundreds. Masts like a forest of floating death. It is, by some accounts, the largest amphibious military force Britain has ever assembled. More than 400 ships and 32 zero troops. One local calls it a floating city with cannons. Another says, if they were any more polite, they'd have sent engraved invitations. Ho! You retreat through narrow alleys as the redcoats begin landing on Staten Island. They bring with them Hessian mercenaries, those German soldiers from earlier. Sober this time, and a deep confidence that this rebellion will be squashed like a bug under a well-polished boot. Washington, meanwhile, has a problem. Several. Actually, first, his army is barely trained. Most of the men are farmers, shopkeepers, and teenage boys who think bayonet technique is just pointing and yelling loudly. Second, they're undermanned, outnumbered 2-1. At least. Third, the Continental Congress can't agree on how much to pay them, how to supply them, or who's actually in charge of supplies. So yeah, things are going great. You're there for the Battle of Long Island at the end of August. It's the first major engagement since the Declaration. And it's a reality check with a bayonet attached. British forces, led by General Howe, land quietly and then flank the American troops at night. You're camped near a stone wall when you hear it begin on fire in the distance. The shriek of fifes, the sudden roar of British cheers. Chows erupts. The Americans try to hold ground. But it's like trying to hold back a river with a rake. The battle becomes a rout. Bodies fall, horses scatter. Washington tries to rally his troops, galloping into danger like a man possessed. But even he can't reverse the tide. You follow the retreating troops through the marshes, through tangled brush and over broken fences. Mud cakes your boots. Smoke stings your eyes. You pass a man dragging his wounded brother. Another prays aloud. Eyes fixed on the sky. It's ugly. It's loud. It's war. But the real miracle? Washington manages to save most of his army. How? With a retreat so bold it feels like cheating. Under cover of darkness, and with the help of a convenient fog bank, ferries nearly 9.com. Oh, 0 men across the East River to Manhattan. Not a single man is lost in the crossing. You help push one of the boats off the shore. It scrapes like a whisper. And you know, if the British had noticed, it would have been a massacre. Historians still argue how much of that fog was divine providence versus dumb luck. Either way, it works. Washington lives to fight another day. But New York? Falls. You're there as the British march into the city. Some loyalists cheer. Some patriots weep. The redcoats raise their flag over Fort George, and you feel it like a chill down your spine. The revolution may be declared, but it is far from won. The next weeks are brutal. Washington's army is pushed from Manhattan to Harlem Heights, then to White Plains, then across New Jersey like a man running from his own shadow. Every time you think he'll dig in, he pulls back again. Strategic retreat. Someone calls it. Others mutter, he's just buying time? Oh. And time? Time becomes its own kind of battlefield. Because even as the Continental Army reels, the idea of independence keeps spreading. You pass a print shop in Connecticut, where the Declaration hangs in the window, framed by handmade garlands. You spot it posted beside a barn in Vermont, where someone added, "These colors don't run in charcoal beneath it." You hear it quoted in sermons, shouted at militia drills, whispered to children by candlelight. People start to believe not just in winning, but in deserving to. Back in Philadelphia, Congress scrambles to create a new government while the enemy advances. They write letters to France, beg for supplies, approve new regiments. You walk past John Adams cursing about musket shortages. You hear Franklin joke that diplomacy is just war in slippers. How is... Meanwhile, the British tighten their grip. In New York, Patriot prisoners are stuffed into rotting prison ships, where disease and despair do more damage than any musket. You smell the stench from the docks, and it stays with you for days. One former baker tells you he watched 50 men die in a week, some from fever, some from hopelessness. But through it all, the army holds together. Barely. You sleep beside a drummer boy who hasn't seen his family in 10 months. He shows you a wooden coin carved by his father. For luck, he says. He kisses it before every battle. You meet a black soldier from Rhode Island who joined in exchange for the promise of freedom. He says he's fighting for a country that hasn't yet decided if he counts, but he fights anyway. You stand in a field where women cook stew for soldiers and patch uniforms with hands that haven't stopped shaking since Long Island. This isn't just a war of generals, it's a war of everyone. And, in its darkest moments, it's not the Declaration that keeps people going, it's what it means. The wind bites a little sharper as autumn rolls in. Like nature itself is unimpressed with your ragged coat and threadbare socks. You trudge beside the remnants of the Continental Army across muddy roads somewhere in New Jersey. Behind you lies lost Brooklyn, Manhattan, Fort Lee. Ahead, a winter that promises to chew up the weak and spit out the strong. You smell wood smoke in the air, but it's not from cozy fireplaces. It's from homes burning as the army retreats, leaving behind scorched earth and broken fences. This is the low point, the absolute bottom. Not the kind where people rally dramatically, but the kind where your fingers go numb and your morale starts digging its own grave. Most of the troops' enlistments are set to expire by the end of the year. Supplies are dwindling. Desertion is rising. You pass a group of men slumped against a stone wall. debating whether to go home or just lie there until history forgets them. Washington rides past, his face grim. He nods to his officers. But you can see it, the weariness carved into his bones. Still, he doesn't break. And because he doesn't, neither do you. You bed down in a barn outside a village where people eye you suspiciously from windows. Patriot support here is lukewarm at best. Some whisper rumors that Congress is losing control. Others mutter that King George might not be so bad after all, especially if it means bread on the table and protection from raiders. You understand the fear, but it stings anyway. Then comes a flash of brilliance, Esmal. Desperate. Risky. Washington hatches a plan. Attack the Hessian garrison at Trenton on Christmas, after crossing an icy, half-frozen river. At night, with men who have holes in their shoes and hunger gnawing through their ribs, you're pretty sure this would be a terrible idea if anyone but Washington suggested it. Still, do you board the boats on the 25th of December with numb fingers and a stomach that's forgotten what a full meal feels like? The wind howls across the Delaware River. Ice crashes against the hull. The sky is black. The water darker. Lanterns flicker. And you pray they don't go out. Every splash of the oars feels like it could wake the devil himself. You land just before dawn. The march to Trenton is grueling. Frozen mud. Slippery roads. Your breath fogs in front of you like a ghost trying to flee. But when you reach the outskirts of the town, something shifts. The Americans attack with fury and precision. Hessian troops sleepy. Possibly hungover scramble to respond. But it's too late. You dart between houses, musket primed, hearing the cries of confusion in German. The whole thing lasts less than an hour. The result? A staggering victory. Nearly 1-0 Hessians captured. Not a single American soldier lost in combat. You lean against a brick wall. Bunting. Frost clinging to your eyelashes. For the first time in months, hope burns warmer than your campfire. Washington doesn't stop there. Just over a week later, he strikes again, this time at Princeton. Another daring move. Another British surprise. This one's messier, bloodier, but still a win. And unlike before, the British begin to retreat. New Jersey begins to swing back toward the Patriot cause. Farmers who once stayed quiet now offer bread, blankets, horses. Suddenly, Washington is no longer the man who ran. He's the general who won. Historians still argue whether these victories truly changed the tide or simply bought time. But for the men around you, the psychological shift is undeniable. You no longer fight with desperation. You fight with momentum. As winter deepens, you find yourself encamped with the army cold. Yes, but now a bit more confident. You watch men share stories of the Trenton raid like it's folklore already. One swears he knocked over a Hessian colonel with just his boot. Another insists he caught a musket ball in his hat and kept marching. Exaggerated? Absolutely. But necessary. Morale is a fragile thing. And right now, it's holding. You help patch a tent torn by wind. You share hardtack with a recruit from Massachusetts who hums lullabies to himself when he sleeps. You watch as new regiments arrive, drawn by tales of glory. some barely older than boys. Others gray-haired and fire-eyed. They've come because they believe the impossible just might be doable. Meanwhile, Congress gets bolder. You pass a public reading of the Declaration again, this time in the snow. People huddle close, breath rising like smoke. But they listen. All men are created equal. The words hit differently now. They've been tested, bled for, survived, in cities and towns. You start seeing more flags. Not British ones. American ones stitched, from bed linens. Dyed with berries and bark. Homes display them proudly. Churches sew them into banners. Even ships begin hoisting them at sea. But there are cracks too. You visit a prison in New York where captured patriots are wasting away. Disease runs rampant. Rations are scarce. The British call it necessary containment. You call it inhumane. And as you leave, you swear not to forget their faces. Elsewhere, Loyalist militias begin to rise. You hear of raids in the South, where neighbors burn each other's barns and entire families are forced to flee. This is not a clean war. There are no neat lines. Just villages torn by ideology and held together by whatever thread remains. You walk past a house whose chimney smokes, despite its windows being boarded. Inside, a widow hides her sons beneath the floorboards to avoid forced conscription. She offers you soup. You accept. It tastes like grief and time. Still, you return to the army. Heart steady, and something else begins. You meet a Frenchman odd accent. Powdered hair. Unnecessarily expensive boots. Marquis de Lafayette. Barely 20. But eager. Brilliant. Idealistic. He joins the cause with a grin and an open checkbook, promising more help from France if the colonies keep up the fight. You shake his hand and think, we may actually have a shot. You sleep that night with your coat wrapped tight, your musket beside you, and a copy of the Declaration tucked into your pack like a talisman, not because it guarantees survival, but because it reminds you why you keep walking. The spring thaw brings mud, marching orders, and just enough warmth to make you believe your toes might rejoin the rest of your body. The ground softens beneath your boots as you travel with the army through Pennsylvania farmland, where the scent of tilled soil mixes with black powder and the always charming bouquet of unwashed soldiers. Birds are singing again. But so are muskets. The lull of winter is over, and the war is fully awake. You pause near a crossroads tavern where someone has posted the Declaration again. This time, beneath a list of the names of the local dead, it flaps in the breeze like a stubborn promise. Even as candle wax drips onto the corners, a young boy stares at it, lips moving as he tries to read the looping script. His mother pulls him close. One day, she says softly, you'll understand why they signed that. You hope she's right. Meanwhile, Washington's next concern is the looming threat of British General William Howe. Remember him? Tall, well-dressed, and absolutely committed to making Washington's life miserable. Howe still holds New York and has plans for Philadelphia, the capital, the beating heart of Congress. Lose that, and the revolution risks becoming a polite suggestion rather than a movement. Congress, unsurprisingly, is nervous. They shuffle between cities like chess pieces, Philadelphia to Baltimore, and back again, constantly dodging rumors of British advancement. You catch John Adams in mid-argument with a fellow delegate, red-faced and exasperated. "We've declared a nation," he says. "Now we must build one." Someone snorts and mutters. "With what? Ink and boldness? Still." You see signs of progress. New state governments take shape. Constitutions are written. Laws are debated. Tax systems, fortunately, begin to emerge. There are even arguments about the proper size of a militia uniform cuff. Because, yes, even amid revolution, the fashion remains a battlefield. Then comes news that sends ripples through every tent and tavern in the countryside. Howe is moving on Philadelphia. Washington scrambles to defend the capital. You help dig trenches and position artillery outside the city. You run messages between camps. You watch men sharpen bayonets and whisper prayers. And you can feel it, everyone bracing. Everyone hoping that maybe, just maybe, this time the Americans will hold. Spoiler: they won't. In September, British troops win a decisive victory at the Battle of Brandywine. You're there, crouched behind a tree, as bullets fly like bees around your ears. Smoke cloaks the battlefield. Washington's forces fight bravely. But the British flank them again and send the army into retreat. You see men limping, wounded. One soldier dragging a comrade, while muttering, "Not yet. Not today. We don't quit." It's valiant. It's painful. It's not enough. Philadelphia falls. The British march in with drums and banners, as though claiming a prize at a country fair. Congress flees to York, and the city shifts under redcoat control. Some citizens welcome them, hoping for peace. Others hide their patriot flags and wait in bitter silence. But here's the twist: capturing a capital doesn't end a revolution. You see it in the scattered regiments regrouping in the countryside. You hear it in the way soldiers still shout, "Liberty!" before charging. You feel it when, even after the city falls, Washington doesn't crumble. He retreats with dignity and starts preparing for the next stand, and he's not the only one fighting. Way up north in New York, something miraculous happens. General Horatio Gates Grumpy, slow-moving, and prone to taking credit for other people's efforts, finds himself leading an army against British General John Burgoyne. Burgoyne's plan was bold: march down from Canada, link up with Howe in the middle, and slice the colonies in two, like a rebellious birthday cake. Problem is, Howe doesn't show up. Burgoyne's forces get bogged down. You're there as American militias swarm him with hit-and-run tactics, sniping from forests, stealing supplies, cutting off retreat routes. The battles at Saratoga are brutal, chaotic, and incredibly important. You hear gunshots echo off trees. See? Bayonets flash through fog. One officer, Benedict Arnold Still, a hero at this point, charges into battle on a wounded leg, like a man with something to prove. By October 1777, Burgoyne surrenders entirely. The news spreads like wildfire. You're in a tavern in York when word reaches Congress. The room erupts. Men who haven't smiled in weeks slap each other's backs. Someone pours cider into a teacup and toasts to the turning point. And it is a turning point, because France has been watching. Carefully, skeptically. And after Saratoga, they start believing. Benjamin Franklin still, the smoothest diplomat in the history of frumpy wigshaws, been in Paris for months. Charming salons and playing chess with aristocrats. Now he has what he needs. Proof. A win. A chance. In early 1778, France officially enters the war on America's side. You celebrate with a ragtag band of soldiers by lighting candles and roasting the closest thing to a turkey anyone could find, which, to be fair, may have been a confused goose. Someone finds a fiddle. Someone else tries to dance. And for a night, despite the frost creeping back into your tent and the fact that your boots still leak, the revolution feels possible still. Winter is coming. Washington moves the army to Valley Forge. A few miles outside of Philadelphia, the name will become legendary. A shorthand for suffering and endurance. But as you march there with the troops, you only know one thing. It's going to be cold, very cold. And very hard. Supplies are low. Morale is fragile. You watch men shiver. Toes wrapped in rags. You watch others dig fire pits with bare hands. You help build cabins from wet timber. Your fingers raw. Your breath fogging with every exhale. But something remarkable happens. The army doesn't fall apart. It strengthens. Enter Baron von Steuben, Prussian officer who arrives with no English. A questionable backstory. And a surprisingly effective drill manual. You meet him as he bellows commands in broken French-German while soldiers try to translate. He's strict, demanding, slightly terrifying, but it works. You watch as raw recruits learn to march, reload faster, hold formation. Von Steuben teaches discipline, but also pride. Soldiers start to carry themselves differently, heads high, backs straight, as if they believe in what they're becoming. Historians still debate just how much of von Steuben's past was exaggerated. But no one debates what he did for the army. Valley Forge becomes more than just survival. It becomes transformation. The wind slices through Valley Forge like it's auditioning for the role of most dramatic winter. Snow crunches beneath your boots as you step outside the cabin you've shared with 6 other soldiers zone, of whom insists on snoring like a cannon. Even when awake, the air smells of smoke, sweat, and determination. And even though your coat is patched with bits of old saddlecloth and your mittens are just socks with personality, you're still standing. That alone feels like victory. It's January 1778, and you're part of what might be the most miserable yet transformative moment in the entire war. Valley Forge isn't just a winter camp, it's a crucible. A frozen boot camp with no central heating and barely enough food to keep from eating your boot. You're hungry. Everyone is. But you're also learning. You train every day under Baron von Steuben, who struts like he owns the continent and barks orders in a half-understood cocktail of German, French, and what might be angry gestures. He is loud. He is relentless. And oddly enough, he's kind. You watch him correct a musket maneuver with unexpected patience. Then unleash an opera-worthy tirade when someone forgets to clean their weapon. But his drills work. You and your fellow soldiers start marching in unison. forming lines that look less like chaos and more like an army. You learn to fire volleys, reload faster, fix bayonets properly, no more upside-down stabbings, and move as a unit instead of a terrified mob. You may be half frozen, but by February, you're more lethal than you've ever been. Back in Philadelphia, the British enjoy ballroom dances and warm hearths. They host masquerades and dinner parties, attempting to convince the locals that British rule is civil and cultured. You hear rumors of loyalist merchants throwing lavish banquets, of generals skating on frozen ponds with powdered wigs intact. It's a different world. But they're not winning, because in the snow-covered woods outside the city, Washington is building something far stronger than spectacle. He's building cohesion, and while you train and freeze and eat boiled bark soup disguised as root stew, the political world keeps spinning. France has signed on officially now, and suddenly, this little rebellion isn't so little anymore. French ships, French gold, French soldiers. It all changes the stakes. Britain now faces a global war, not just a colonial tantrum. You hear whispers that Spain and the Dutch might join. 2. One soldier jokes. We've made enough enemies to start a royal family reunion. In April, you leave Valley Forge at last. Your army moves with a confidence that shocks even its own commanders. You don't march like shadows anymore. You move like a storm. Crisp steps, polished weapons, face set like granite. The transformation is complete, and even your enemies can feel it. You reach Monmouth, New Jersey, where the British have begun retreating toward New York City. Washington wants to strike, not recklessly, but boldly. This time, the Continental Army isn't going to hide behind fences. They're going to face the enemy head-on. The Battle of Monmouth begins under a sweltering June sun. You march over dry fields, your boots kicking up dust. Cannons fire in the distance. You pass men already faint from heat stroke. The air is thick enough to chew. But still, you press on. Charles Leon of Washington's generals botches the opening moves and orders a retreat. It's chaos again. For a moment, you think this will be another disaster. But then, Washington appears on horseback. Eyes blazing and takes control. He rallies the troops with a fury you didn't know he possessed. He rides along the line, shouting orders, repositioning units, pushing the army back into action. You see it in real time. The moment a general becomes a legend, and you hold the line for hours, in brutal heat, under relentless fire. You fight. It's not a blowout victory, but it's not a loss either. The Americans stand their ground. The British retreat under cover of darkness. And the next morning, you wake up sore, sunburned, and still in possession of the battlefield. That matters. You march north again, toward New York, where the war becomes quieter for a time, at least in the north. But the South? Oh, the South is just getting started. You hear rumors from Georgia and the Carolina soft guerrilla fighters emerging from swamps like phantoms, ambushing loyalists and vanishing before redcoats can blink. Of brutal retaliations, of towns changing hands overnight. The revolution isn't polite anymore. It's personal. In between battles, you travel briefly to meet civilian groups supporting the cause. You help unload wagons of donated supplies, wool socks, homemade cartridges, dried apples from grandmothers who pray you survive long enough to taste something better. You see a letter passed from hand to hand, written by Abigail Adams, reminding the men of Congress to remember the ladies. You smile. She's the kind of person who could probably win a war with a teacup and a well-placed glare. And then you meet soldiers from unexpected places, free black men who volunteered to fight for a country that hasn't yet figured out if it wants them. Native scouts offering vital knowledge of terrain and tactics. Even women in disguise, passing as boys to join the ranks. 1. Robert Shirtliff turns out to be Deborah Sampson, a Massachusetts woman who binds her chest, dodges medical inspections, and fights beside you like a whirlwind. Historians still argue just how many women disguised themselves and joined the fight, but their presence was very real. You remember her face mud smeared, sunburnt, determined. She's not fighting for a perfect nation. She's fighting for the chance of one. You carry those faces with you as summer stretches into fall. The war now feels both endless and inevitable. Every inch gained is paid for in blood. Every letter home reads like a prayer and a confession. But the army holds. And so does the dream. Late one night, you sit by a fire beside a fellow soldier who's whittling a tiny Liberty Bell out of pine. He hands it to you without a word. You turn it over in your palm. Rough, but perfectly shaped. You hear an owl call in the distance. Somewhere nearby. A baby cries. Someone sings a hymn you haven't heard since childhood. And in the hush between embers and sleep, you realize something strange. You don't know what the future will look like. But you know this, you're part of it now, for better or worse. You helped shape it. The roads south are not like the roads you've known, less cobbled. More red clay and swampy stretches that swallow your boots every third step. The trees here seem taller, the birds louder, and the humidity aggressive. You sweat in places you didn't know could sweat. Welcome to the southern theater of the war, where British troops meet guerrilla warfare. Fireflies, and some of the fiercest fighters you've ever seen, and many of them don't wear uniforms. You're walking with a small militia band now, made up of farmers, freedmen, widows, Andean women in wide skirts with pistols hidden in their aprons. They move through the woods like ghosts, striking British supply wagons and slipping back into the shadows before anyone can fire a shot. Their leader, a middle-aged woman named Nan, greets you with a nod and a biscuit. You fight with us, she says. You fight quiet and fast. You nod and don't dare ask what's in the biscuit. But before we go full outlaw hero, let's pull back for a second, because there's a quieter revolution happening. You notice it when you return to a Virginia homestead to rest your feet. And the woman who opens the door isn't just the lady of the house. She's the brains of the operation. Behind the scenes of this war, women aren't waiting around to be rescued or written into a footnote. They're running farms, managing businesses, acting as spies, printing newspapers, and raising children with ears full of politics. You step into one home where letters from the front are hung beside laundry mud-streaked trousers. Then a note from a son fighting in Saratoga. Another house you visit smells of gunpowder and stew. And the matriarch hands you both with equal ease. You meet women like Esther Reed and Sarah Franklin Bash, who organize fundraising campaigns to clothe the Continental Army. You carry one of the handmade shirts they sent, stitched with tiny messages like "Liberty" and "We are watching." Historians still argue whether these sewn slogans were symbolic or literal code. But one thing is clear: they mattered. You also pass through towns where women have formed informal networks passing intelligence, hiding fugitives, or simply listening at the right doors. You share cider with one who laughs. "I don't carry a musket, but I've sent more redcoats into traps than half the militia." One night, you sleep in a barn beside a courier named Lucy. She's 15, rides alone, and once outran 2 British scouts on a lame horse with nothing but determination and a bag full of letters. She shows you one of them now sweat-stained and crumpled. "They said girls can't fight," she whispers, "but I outran the war." Oh. And then there's the heartbreak. You return to a small village in New Jersey and find the church burned, the well poisoned. A woman kneels in the ashes of her home, ashes still clinging to her hair. Her husband is gone, conscripted. Her son, a name etched into the wall of a prison ship in New York Harbor. She doesn't cry. She just starts clearing rubble, one brick at a time. You join her. Back on the battlefield, you notice something else: women on the field. Not just behind it. Some are camp followers' wives, daughters, laundresses, nurses. They cook, mend, clean, and sometimes pick up dropped rifles. At Monmouth, you watched one marry Ludwig Haystep over a fallen man, take his cannon ramrod, and keep firing. They'll call her Molly Pitcher later, though whether that was one woman or many is still up for scholarly debate. And what about the women who aren't recorded? The nameless ones who dragged water across fields, who soothed fevered brows in smoky tents, who buried the dead in silence. They're everywhere. You see them on porches, at wells, at night, beside the wounded, holding together a world in free fall with the same hands that churn butter and lace boots. One afternoon, you help a woman named Rachel with her garden. Her husband's been gone for over a year. Her boys are too young to hold muskets, but too old to stay indoors. She talks while planting squash about how every seed feels like rebellion now. "They want us to starve," she says, "so we plant twice as much." You hand her a handful of beans. She nods, smiles, wipes dirt from her brow. "That's the real war," she says, "right there in the soil." And then there's war of words. You visit a printing shop run by a woman named Anne, whose pamphlets make loyalists clench their fists. Her latest? A satirical piece titled, "Why George Loves Taxing Tea More Than His Own Children." She prints it herself, folds each copy, and sends them out with kids posing as paper boys. They never suspect the children. She winks. But it's not all triumph and clever headlines. You visit a hospital where women treat the wounded. The air is thick with vinegar and agony. You hold down a soldier's shoulders while his leg is amputated with a saw that's seen too many winters. The nurse beside you doesn't flinch. She pours whiskey into the wound and whispers something soft in the soldier's ear. Later, you ask her what she said. "I told him the pain was temporary," she replies. "But liberty lasts." Oh, you leave the hospital dazed, heart heavy, The cost of this war is so personal, so intimate. Not just bodies broken, but lives, rerouted dreams postponed or buried. And through it all, the women endure. They don't all agree with the revolution. Either you mate loyalist women, too many fiercely devoted to the crown, believing order and law were better than chaos and gunfire. Some are exiled. Some have their homes seized. Some try to remain neutral and discover that neutrality has a very short shelf life in wartime. You hear a debate between two sister son, a fiery patriot, the other a cautious loyalist. The argument ends not in shouts, but in silence, in the kind of pause that splits families wider than politics ever could. One night, by a creek, you meet a woman who escaped from bondage during the chaos of a nearby battle. Her name is Phyllis, and she carries with her a small book of hymns wrapped in cloth. She doesn't call herself free yet. "I'm not free," she says, "but I'm walking toward it." You ask where she's going. "North," she says, "or west, just not back." She sings a hymn before sleep. The stars above feel closer than they have in months. When you return to your regiment, someone asks where you've been. You shrug. "Just walking through the real story," you say, because that's what this is. Isn't it? The war isn't just muskets and signatures and grand declarations. It's women planting seeds and copying letters and holding hands and pressing on. You walk on. The road dust rising behind you like a trail of all their names recorded or not. And you know, they didn't just support the revolution. They were the revolution. The day starts with smoke-a-knot from musket fire this time, but from a small chimney rising above a log house where the morning meal has boiled itself into a tragedy. You're in Rhode Island, and the army's on the move again. But the buzz today isn't just about British positions or French ships, it's about who is marching beside you. Not all the men have pale faces. Some have skin darker than the musket stocks they carry. And they march just as proud, just as tired, just as determined. These are the Black Patriots. And their story winds through the revolution like a thread few wanted to tug, because pulling it unravels all kinds of uncomfortable truths. You walk beside one of them, a man named Cato. He was enslaved in Massachusetts until his master promised freedom in exchange for military service. Now, Cato marches in the 1st Rhode Island Regiment, one of the few units formed primarily of Black and Native American soldiers. His voice is calm, but his gaze, sharp, like a man who knows what it means to bet everything on a system that's barely acknowledged his humanity. You ask him why he volunteered. He shrugs. "They said liberty." "Didn't they?" Then he adds, "I just want it to mean me, too." Tane, that's the heartbeat of it, isn't it? The Declaration said, all men are created equal. But if you're Black in 1776, that idea sits on your chest like a lie dressed up for church. Still, thousands fight anyway. Some enlist for freedom, promised emancipation in return for service. Others flee bondage during the chaos of war and join Patriot or British forces, whoever offers a better deal. And, yes, the British offered freedom too. Lord Dunmore's proclamation in 1775 said, enslaved people who escaped to fight for the crown would be granted liberty. That changed the equation, didn't it? Suddenly, the war wasn't just about taxes, it was about bodies, about ownership, about whose freedom mattered. You hear about men like James Armistead Lafayette, slave-turned-double agent who fed false intelligence to the British and helped secure American victories. Or Peter Salem, who stood at Bunker Hill and fired the shot that killed a British major. These aren't side characters. They're central. But their names don't always make it into textbooks. Historians still argue how many black soldiers fought in total. Some say 5. Ling. Others suggest more. Records are spotty. People forget on purpose. You stop in a village where a new regiment is recruiting, and you notice who isn't signing up. White planters. They're too nervous. Nervous about arming their own enslaved workers. Nervous about what might happen after the war ends. When those men remember the weight of a musket and the taste of dignity, you sit on a fence post as a black soldier sharpens his bayonet. "You think we'll get what we're owed?" he asks. You don't answer. You don't know how to. Because, even now, some states refuse to honor their promises. Some free the men who fight. Others don't. Some grant freedom on paper, then invent 100 new ways to deny it in practice. A few, like Vermont, outlaw slavery altogether, but most just shift it around. Out of sight, but never truly gone. And what about the South? There, enslaved people live in a strange state of double war British on one side, patriot masters on the other, and no good options in between. Some flee into swamps, forming hidden camps. Some pass messages to either side. Some are forcibly dragged into battle. And through it all, they survive. They endure. You meet a woman near the Savannah River who has helped over a dozen fugitives escape, smuggling them north with forged passes and old maps. She hands you a biscuit and says, "Freedom's a road, not a doorway." You don't forget her, and still, the fighting continues. In 1780, Charleston falls. British control swells across the South. But resistance never stops. You join a skirmish in South Carolina, led by a ragtag band of locals, black, white, native. No uniforms. Just grit. You hide in tall grass. You reload behind a fallen pine. You watch Cato take down a British dragoon with a musket butt and keep moving. These aren't formal battles, they're survival ballets. At camp that night, Cato plays a tune on a borrowed fiddle. It's soft, wistful. Someone hums along. The stars above twinkle in sympathy. And you wonder, how long will it take for a country built on liberty to recognize the hands that helped build it? You visit a plantation seized by patriots, now used as a makeshift hospital. A young black man tends the wounded. You ask if he's a nurse. He snorts. "I'm whatever they need." He bandages a soldier's leg, then writes a letter home for another. He's never been paid. Still, he shows up every morning. That's the other truth. Black Americans didn't just fight in battle. They supported the cause in every corner. Laborers, sailors, teamsters, cooks, nurses, interpretas. You meet a boy who led an officer through unfamiliar territory after memorizing the map once. He didn't think it was impressive. "I just wanted the horses to get through," he said. You want to tell every one of them, this is your country. 2. But the road is long. After the war, many will return home to find their freedom comes with clauses, exceptions, and unpaid debts. Some will be denied pensions. Others will be re-enslaved, their service erased. And still, others will find tiny patches of land, plant seeds, raise families, and quietly, bravely exist. You hear of black communities forming in northern cities' churches, schools, newspapers. You hear of veterans petitioning for what they were promised. Some win, some don't. You walk past a grave where a soldier lies buried in unmarked dirt. No stone, no fanfare, just a rusted button in the soil and a handful of wildflowers someone planted long ago. You kneel. Place your hand on the ground. I remember. You whisper, and maybe that's the beginning. Not enough, but something. Because liberty, as you've learned, isn't always declared. Sometimes it's scraped from the earth with bare hands, carried on tired backs, fought for in the shadows, and still worth chasing, always worth chasing. The wind in the Carolinas smells of pine and something faintly scorched ash from farmhouses torched in midnight raids. The ghosts of fences pulled down for firewood, and the tired breath of armies who've marched too far on too little. You hitch a ride with a wagon convoy slogging through the muddy roads, boots sloshing, muskets stacked, eyes watchful. This isn't the North anymore. In the South, the war is a swampy chess game with burnt edges and no clean squares. You've arrived in a chapter of the Revolution where regular battles give way to ambushes, betrayals, and the sort of skirmishes that don't get memorial statues. Here, it's part rebellion, part revenge, part who can hide better in the canebrake. The British may have taken Charleston, but the countryside refuses to stay taken. Enter the guerrillas. You meet a wiry man named Francis Marion called the Swamp Fox, by soldiers who've seen him vanish into the reeds like mist. He leads a band of irregulars who fight without rules, without uniforms, and often without shoes. You spend a week with them and learn to sleep in trees, reload silently, and cook rabbit stew over a fire so small it's barely warmer than your breath. These men don't fight for glory. They fight because they've seen their homes burned, their kin beaten, and their country threatened by men who march like they own the horizon. One night, Marion draws a crude map in the dirt and points out your target, a loyalist outpost guarding British supplies. The plan is simple. Strike at night. Get the powder. Vanish. And it works. You dash through tall grass. Dodge a startled sentry. Grab a barrel. And run like the devil's on your heels. You don't stop until the swamp swallows you again. Behind you, flames lick the sky. This is the pattern hit. Run. Hide. Repeat. And you're not alone. You hear about another fighter, Thomas Sumter, who earns the nickname the Carolina Gamecock, where Marion is stealth. Sumter is fury. He's rough, bold, and apparently allergic to surrender. And then there's Andrew Pickens, quiet but deadly, who leads surprise attacks like he's conducting a sermon. Together, these militia leaders keep the British on their heels, bleeding men and morale, with every mile they try to hold. The British aren't just facing soldiers anymore. they're facing landscapes, rivers that swallow boats, swamps that breed both mosquitoes and rebels, mountains that echo with musket fire one minute and silence the next. Still, the redcoats fight back. General Cornwallis, Britain's southern commander, believes he can stamp out the rebellion once and for all. He's confident, maybe too confident. You're there when he sends troops to chase down the militias. You watch British columns stretch along narrow roads, weighed down with supply wagons and red-coated formality. And you grin when Marion's men steal their horses at midnight and vanish into the pines. Again, but the British do win battles. At Camden, the Patriots suffer a humiliating defeat. General Gates, the same one who accepted Burgoyne's surrender at Saratoga, flees the field so fast. He breaks records. Soldiers scatter. Supplies are lost. Spirits dip again. But from the ashes of Camden rises a tougher army. You see it form with your own eyes. Patriot troops hardened by defeat, trained under better leadership, and united by a growing hatred of British arrogance. One of their rising stars is Nathaniel Greene, a Rhode Island Quaker turned general with a knack for strategy and a quiet, stubborn confidence. Greene doesn't try to win battles, she just refuses to lose them. He divides his forces, draws Cornwallis deep into hostile territory, and lets the South itself do the bleeding. We fight, get beat, rise, and fight again, he says, and he means it. Historians still argue whether Greene's tactics were genius or just glorified stalling. But one thing's certain, they worked. You're there for it all the long marches. The near mutinies. The surprise attacks in fog so thick, you lose sight of your own hand. You feel the tide turn. Slowly. At the Battle of Cowpens, in January 1781, the Americans spring a trap, so clever it ought to be written in bold ink. General Daniel Morgan arranges his forces in Layer's militia in front, regulars behind. When the British attack, the militia fires and appears to retreat. The British chase, thinking they've wantonly to run straight into a wall of disciplined fire and bayonets. It's over in under an hour. You walk through the battlefield afterward. Smoke curls above the fields. Horse lie still. The Americans are bruised but jubilant. For once, a decisive win. From there, Cornwallis tries to regroup. But Greene harasses his army at every step. You help repair wagons, carry letters, set up tents in forests so dark you start naming the trees to keep sane. By the time Cornwallis reaches Yorktown, he's bleeding both troops and confidence. Meanwhile, something else is brewing. Remember that French alliance? It finally pays off. Lafayette, now seasoned and battle-worn, commands troops shadowing Cornwallis. Rochambeau, the French general, arrives with reinforcements, and Admiral de Grasse sails up from the Caribbean with the French fleet. You head toward Yorktown in the muggy heat of autumn. Heart pounding, the air feels charged. Washington himself is coming south, leaving New York and arriving with a force big enough to make history sweat. Together, the American and French troops surround Yorktown, unite trenches, old canaux, and build fortifications under British fire. It's not glorious. It's muddy. Exhausting. You see men collapse beside shovels. Race again. And keep digging. At night, you hear the whine of British cannonballs cutting through air. The dull boom of retaliation. The crackling nerves of everyone in the line. But the trap is closing. On the 14th of October, 1782, you watch as American and French troops storm British redoubt small forts, protecting the inner defenses. You go with them, bayonets fixed, breath held. The charge is fast, terrifying, and oddly silent until it explodes into chaos. You make it over the wall. You survive. You don't know how. And 5 days later, Cornwallis surrenders. You're standing in a field as his second-in-command offers his sword. The British play a tune called "The World Turned Upside Down." And for once, it feels accurate. The war isn't over, not officially, but it might as well be. You sit in the grass, boots muddy, hands blistered, heart stunned. Men around you cheer. Others cry. Some just stare at the sky. You reach into your coat and pull out the now wrinkled copy of the Declaration. You smooth it across your lap. You read the words again. They mean something different now. Not because they've changed, but because you have. The drums have stopped. The gunpowder haze has drifted. The redcoats are goner, at least the ones still wearing uniforms. But the silence that settles over the land isn't peace. Not really. It's something else. Something heavier. You sit on the porch of a tavern in Yorktown. Boots finally off. Legs stretched out in the sun. And you realize you've survived. And now, you have to live with that. You glance down the dusty road, where just days ago, British wagons creaked past under surrender flags. People still reenacted in conversation, their arms raised dramatically, pretending to be Cornwallis, refusing to show his face. A baker down the road has renamed his bread Liberty Loaf and swears it tastes of revolution. But it mostly just tastes of sourdough. Still, it sells out by noon every day. The war has turned in paper. At least, after Yorktown, the British Parliament begins to unravel its war plans. Whispers of peace grow louder. You hear them around every campfire now, Paris. Negotiation. Independence. But don't let the fireworks fool you. This isn't the end. The paperwork of empire is always messier than the battles. You head north again with the Continental Army, trudging along muddy roads flanked by scorched trees and collapsing fences. Villages still bear the scars-burned barns, overgrown fields, gravestones without names. And not everyone got the memo that it's over. Schirmische Stillerupt. Loyalists still cling to the crown. Some hiding in forests or fleeing toward Canada. British soldiers who refuse to surrender are still holed up in strongholds like Savannah and New York. You walk by a farm, where two neighbors shoot at each other over a stolen chicken and a decade of resentment. This is what civil war really looks like. You think? It doesn't stop when the generals go home. In Philadelphia, Congress debates everything: how to govern, who gets to vote, how much power the federal government should have, and whether pigeons should be declared a nuisance. That last one was probably a joke. Probably, back in the field. You see, soldiers start to vanish. Not desertion this time, just release. The army shrinks slowly. like snow melting after a long storm. Some men go back to their farms. Others have no farm to return to. You watch one comrade, a man named Elias, walk away with nothing but a blanket and a flute. He played that flute through 3 winters, and now he carries it like it's proof he existed. You stay longer, helping keep order while the British evacuate New York. The city is a strange limbo: patriots returning, loyalists fleeing, and merchants trying to sell the same hats to both sides. You see British ships gathering in the harbor. Soldiers march aboard, many staring straight ahead, never turning back. One child waves a small flag. His mother gently lowers his arm, and, finally, it happens. In 1783, the Treaty of Paris is signed. The war is officially over. You hear the news in a tavern. A French sailor slams his wineglass on the table and yells, "Vive l'Amérique!" Someone tosses him a hunk of bread, and it becomes a celebration. But you sit still, not because you're unhappy, but because you're processing. You've carried this war in your bones for years. And now, it's gone. Historians still argue whether Yorktown really ended the revolution or just paused it until the next political fire started. But for now, America breathes, unevenly, hopefully, loudly. You walk the streets of Boston again. Children run between shop stalls. A new American flag slightly crooked hangs above the courthouse. You see a sign in a window that reads, "Help wanted." Must have all fingers. War jokes. Always fashionable. But freedom? Freedom is complicated. You pass by an auction where former Loyalist properties are being sold. You wonder about the families who once lived there, some cruel, some innocent, all swept into history's riptide. You see a soldier standing alone, watching the proceedings with a clenched jaw. Maybe his brother was tarred and feathered. Maybe he's remembering something he wishes he could forget. And the biggest questions of all still hang in the air like smoke. What kind of country will this be? Will it keep its promises? Will you be part of building it? You visit a meeting where veterans demand their pay long overdue. Mostly theoretical. Some hold faded enlistment papers. Others hold petitions. You join in, standing with men who bled beside you. Now, asking not for gold, but for dignity. One congressman mutters something about limited resources. Another suggests land grants out west. One man throws a boot at him. You nod in approval. There's a hunger in the streets, literal and metaphorical. Shops open slowly. Schools restart. Churches fill with prayers for peace and plans for Sunday potlucks. But there's also fear, the kind that comes from uncertainty. A people used to war now face the terrifying possibility of having to govern themselves. You walk by a tavern where a printer reads aloud from the Federalist Papers. A debate ensues over whiskey and pie about the size of government, about checks and balances, about whether anyone should trust a politician in a wig. One man yells, "I didn't fight a king just to serve a lawyer." You buy him a second slice of pie and the shouting turns to laughter. And slowly, ever so slowly, the story shifts from bullets to ballots. But that shift isn't gentle. You travel to the frontier, where settlers clash with native nations. And freedom looks suspiciously like conquest. You meet a woman who lost her husband not in the revolution, but in the violent scramble for new territory You hear her mutter, "So much for peace." And you know she's not wrong. You return to your town, what's left of it. The church bell still rings. The general store sells flour again. Someone's painted a mural of Washington on a stable wall, though the eyes look more like a confused owl. Still, you admire the effort. You stop by the town square and see a monument being built. It's not marble or grand, just a stone column with a few names etched into it. One is yours. You stare at it for a while, not with pride exactly, more with awe. You didn't expect to survive, let alone be remembered. Nearby, a boy asks his father, "What's a revolution?" The father answers, "It's when everything changes." Son, you smile to yourself. Because he's not wrong. You stand in a field where wheat sways softly in the breeze, golden and tall, growing in neat rows where soldiers once fell. The sky is wide, the kind of wide that makes you feel like maybe, just maybe, peace has a shape. You close your eyes and listen. There are no drums, no shouting, just birds and the creak of a fence post somewhere behind you. And for the first time in years, you're not wondering what direction the enemy is coming from. You're wondering what tomorrow might look like. But the revolution didn't just end with a treaty. It leaked forward, like rain into the cracks of a foundation. And you, still wearing half of a worn-out uniform and carrying 3 letters from friends now too far away to find, are about to walk straight into the next storm, trying to build something that's never existed before, the United States. A plural name with singular hopes. You head to Philadelphia, again city of fresh ink and louder debates. There's talk of a constitutional convention. You pass signs that read, "We the People," in sloppy script, and watch a crowd argue over what people even means. You squeeze into the back of Independence Hall one morning, ears perked as delegates debate how to patch the leaky Articles of Confederation into something sturdier. It's hot. Tempers flare. You hear Benjamin Franklin crack jokes to keep the room from catching fire. James Madison mutters to himself in a corner, scribbling furiously. They don't agree on much. Federalists want a strong central government. Anti-Federalists fear another king in disguise. Slavery? They mostly dodge it. Voting rights? Depends on who's asking. You see a delegate storm out, fuming that farmers shouldn't have the same vote as merchants. Another demands paper money. Someone else demands lunch. The chaos is somehow both maddening and inspiring. And still, a document forms. You watch it take shape in fragments. Preamble first, "We the People." You mouth the words silently, wondering if you're included. Then come the articles about Congress, the president, the courts, checks, balances, safeguards, compromises that make you wince. And in September 1787, they present it, a new constitution. It's not perfect. You know that. Everyone knows that. But it's real. You walk home that night, thinking about how you just saw a country invent itself. No blood spilled. No guns fired. Just a room full of flawed humans, disagreeing loudly until a new framework emerged, like steam off hot stones. But the work isn't over. The Constitution needs ratifying, and the people are suspicious. You watch a town hall in New York erupt into shouting over a single phrase. In Boston, Someone throws a tomato at a speaker. In Virginia. Patrick Henryus. Give me liberty, or give me death. Patrick thunders against centralized power. Meanwhile, Alexander Hamilton writes essays faster than most men can tie their boots. You try to read one. It gives you a headache. Historians still debate how close the Constitution came to failing. Some say it was the Federalist Papers that saved it. Others argue it was the promise of a Bill of Rights. Either way, you see it pass. Barely, but it passes, and suddenly, you have a government. A real one. You watch George Washington take the oath of office in 1789. Hand on a Bible. Solemn and nervous in equal measure. The crowd is quiet. Awed. You realize in that moment, people trust him more than the system. That might be dangerous. But for now, it's necessary. You meet him briefly. Later, shake his hand. Calloused. Firm. His eyes. Tired in the way only a revolutionary can be. He asks where you served. You tell him. He nods once and says, "Thank you." And that's it? Somehow. It's enough. In the weeks that follow, you watch buildings change. Town halls fly the new flag. Currency appears with unfamiliar faces and wildly optimistic value. Post offices open. Roads are mapped. And every village gossip suddenly has a hot take on tariffs. You travel for a bit, checking in on old comrades. Some are merchants now. Some farmers. One runs a tavern with a sign that says, "We served. So you can complain." Another. Sadly, "I didn't make it." You help his widow build a fence. She offers you pie. You say yes. In one town, you meet a school teacher who includes stories of the war in her lessons. She points to you when you walk in. He was there. She tells the students. You blush. One boy asks, "Did it hurt?" You think for a moment. Then, say, "Only when we stopped." Hi. And still, the contradictions linger. You walk through towns where black veterans beg for pensions they were promised. You see, native nations pushed further west, their treaties trampled by settlers hungry for land. You hear murmurs about rebellion in the frontier, poor farmers angry about taxes they didn't expect. You can't help but feel the new government looks suspiciously like the old one from a different angle. Shays's rebellion breaks out in Massachusetts. You're not involved, but you hear about it from both sides. Farmers say they're being crushed. Government officials say law must be upheld. You wonder what Washington thinks. Then you hear he sent troops. So much for no standing army. You mutter. You meet a man from western Pennsylvania who says, "We swapped out redcoats for tacksmen. Hard to tell the difference." You sip your cider and nod slowly. The revolution might be over. But the struggle, that's still humming. Still, you don't regret it. You sit one evening by a river, carving initials into a piece of driftwood. Across the water, children shout and splash. A man teaches his daughter to fish. Somewhere a dog barks. And for a moment, the world feels. You take out your copy of the Declaration again. Now frayed and browned at the edges. You read the first lines. When in the course of human events, and this time, you smile. Because now you know what it really means when people decide they've had enough. When they risk everything. When they win imperfectly, you lean back. Let the last of the sun warm your cheeks. A revolution may end in words, but it always begins with people. And you were one of them. The night falls soft over Monticello, and the crickets hum like they've been rehearsing all week. You've arrived here almost by accident, drifting southward through winding Virginian roads until the mountaintop estate of Thomas Jefferson appears out of the trees, like a vision of ambition baked into red clay. It's beautiful. It's peaceful. And it is complicated like everything else born from this young. Nerve Republique. Jefferson himself walks the lawn with hands clasped behind his back, mumbling in French to no one in particular. You don't interrupt. He's been busy. After all, this is the man who wrote the words that set fire to a continent, and now he's back home, tweaking wine cellars and designing gadgets. Because apparently revolutionaries need hobbies. You sit under a tree and listen to the house creak as night settles in. Somewhere, a fiddle plays. Someone's cooking something heavy with molasses. And, you remember? This place wasn't built by Thomas alone. It was built by enslaved hands. Mulberry Row. Just downhill. Bustles with labor unpaid, unfree, and invisible to most of the guests, sipping brandy upstairs. This is where things get uncomfortable. You fought for freedom, marched for liberty, watched friends die under banners declaring all men are created equal. But here, you can't ignore the fault lines. Enslaved workers build the walls, harvest the fields, raise the children, and vanish from the official records like smoke. And Jefferson, he knows. He writes about liberty while owning hundreds of people. He criticizes slavery in theory while benefiting from it daily. Historians still argue whether he intended to free his slaves, or whether he simply couldn't afford to imagine a world without them. It's hard to say what's more haunting, the contradiction, or how calmly he wears it. You speak with one of the enslaved workers, a young woman named Tabitha, who tends the vegetable gardens. She shows you a row of beans that stretch farther than your eyes can follow. These feed the house, she says. You ask if she'll ever be free. She just shrugs. They say the country is, she says, but not the people. You carry that with you. From Monticello, you head west, following settlers pushing past the Appalachians. Everyone wants land. They talk of opportunity, of open spaces. But you see what open really means: native land. Already occupied. Already full of stories that don't fit nicely into the new national narrative. You meet a man from Kentucky who claims he's taming wilderness. You ask who lived there before. He changes the subject. Further west, you join a wagon caravan briefly, passing through forests where the trees feel older than the war. One night, you share firelight with a Shawnee scout who says, "Your freedom tastes like fire to us." You offer him bread. He takes it. You eat in silence. Back east, new states are forming. Vermontians first, then Kentucky, then Tennessee. Each time, a new star on the flag. Each time, the story gets a little messier. You see state constitution drafted, rewritten, argued over in barns and churches. You help nail one to a town hall door. Then watch two men debate it for 3 hours. using only Bible quotes and cider as fuel. There's optimism, but also fear. What if the Union fractures? What if states disagree so badly they break apart? You hear whispers about factions forming, about coastal elites and backcountry rebels. You hear one farmer call Hamilton a king with a quill. You see another spit at the ground when Jefferson's name is mentioned. Politics is becoming a blood sport without the bayonets. Still, you keep moving. In Maryland, you attend a 4th of July, celebration known of the first where the date feels like more than just a wish. There's music, speeches, paper lanterns floating into the sky. A veteran reads the Declaration aloud, pausing at the familiar lines. You watch children cover their hearts. You feel tears on your cheek, and don't bother brushing them off. In a corner of the square, you find a man selling broadsheets pamphlets filled with biting satire, warnings about tyranny, and one especially odd recipe for constitutional cherry pudding. He gives you a copy for free. You earned it, he says, and slowly, life resumes. Cities bustle again. Roads widen. A postal system springs up. You get a letter from an old comrade who's now a lawyer, complaining about clients who treat him like a tavern sign. Another writes from Ohio, boasting about land and weather and a goat that chews on boots. You smile. You keep the letters in your coat pocket like talismans, and then another test. In 1791, the first real rebellion against the new government begins. It's over whiskey taxes on the stuff. To be exact, Western farmers are furious. They depend on whiskey not just for drinking but for trade. You watch a town meeting turn into a riot. Effigies of tax collectors hang from trees. Words like tyranny reappear on signs. Washington sends troops. You go with them again. This time, there's no foreign army. No redcoats. Just Americans, on both sides, glaring at each other across muddy fields. You don't fire a shot. No one does. The rebellion fizzles. But something lingers, a sense that liberty isn't a finished product. It's a negotiation. Sometimes it's loud. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. Always, it's ongoing. You return home, wherever home is now. You rebuild a garden. Help a neighbor fix a roof. Attend a town hall meeting where someone proposes a library and someone else thinks books are suspicious. Democracy at its finest. One morning, you wake to the sound of hammering. A new building is going up a schoolhouse. You walk over, offer to help. The teacher thanks you. She asks what you want the children to learn. You think about it, and you say, that freedom means listening, even when you don't want to. Huh. She nods. You dig the first hole for the foundation. The sun rises a little higher, and you realize maybe this is the real revolution. Not the battles, not the declarations, but the slow, stubborn work of making it mean something for everyone. The air is thin in New England this time of year, crisp and full of wood smoke. You wrap your coat tighter around your shoulders as you sit beside an elderly blacksmith in a rocking chair that's seen more winters than you. He sharpens a blade without looking at it. Eyes instead locked on the snowflakes gathering in the corners of the forge. People think the war's over. He says, but we're still building from the ruins. Then he hands you the blade. nods toward the woodshed. Chop, if you want to stay warm. End, so you chop. And with every swing, it sinks in a little more. Building a country isn't about parades and documents. It's about roofs that don't leak, roads that don't swallow wagons, neighbors who show up when your ox keels over in the field. You spend the next few weeks helping repair cabins that sag with age and grief. The old woman in the red shawl tells you her son died in 1777, and her roof's been leaking since. You fix both as best you can. She gives you a pie that tastes like nutmeg and memory. You don't ask what year the apples are from. You move on through Massachusetts towns, still arguing over how to fund public schools. One meeting gets so heated, a man throws his shoe. Another ends with a rousing agreement and a barn dance. Democracy, you think, is exhausting but occasionally charming. One night, you stop at a tavern full of veterans, men with beards, canes, and opinions sharper than their sabers. They swap war stories with voices half proud, half haunted. You sit quietly until someone nudges you. Your turn, he says. So you tell the story of that frozen night in Valley Forge. How the stars blinked above your head like indifferent witnesses. How you thought your toes might mutiny. The room goes silent. Then someone raises a mug. Totoes, they say. Everyone drinks, but the cheer fades when one of the men pulls out a petition. It's for pensions promised and mostly unpaid. You sign it, knowing full well the ink may vanish into another congressional drawer. Still, it's what you do. The fight has changed. No more muskets. Now it's papers and promises. You travel next to New York, now thriving in its post-war bustle. Brick buildings rise like ambition itself, but beneath the surface is unrest. You hear rumors of banks failing, of debts unpaid, of farmers losing their land to creditors. You walk past a courtroom where a man pleads to keep his property, voice cracking under the weight of war-torn years. The judge shakes his head. The law is the law. You see two old soldiers fist-fighting in an alley over a barrel of salt pork. They don't recognize each other until it's over. Then they laugh. Then they cry. Then they split the pork. Outside the city, you meet a group of women sewing flags for new counties, springing up like mushrooms. One tells you her husband never came back from Saratoga. She raises their 3 children alone. Farms during the day, sows at night. The country asks a lot. She says, not unkindly. You don't know what to say. So you sew a little. Badly. News travels slow. But it travels. You learn of treaties signed, borders disputed, territories opened up westward. You hear of native nations resisting, rightly furious, wrongly blamed. You hear of enslaved people still trapped beneath systems that swore they'd end. Freedom, it seems, remains a selective privilege. You meet a preacher who rails against inequality. His sermon is mostly yelling, but outside, he kneels beside a homeless man and offers bread and water. Revolution, he tells you, isn't thunder, it's bread. One evening you wander into a town square where a debate rages over the location of the new post office. Half the town wants it near the church, the other half near the tavern. You vote for the tavern purely logistical? Of course. You lose. They still let you have cider. You're invited to teach in a one-room schoolhouse next. You hesitate. Then, accept. Your students are curious and distracted and full of questions no textbook can answer. Was it scary? They ask. Did you ever think we'd lose? Were the British really all that bad? You answer honestly, yes. Yes, and not always. Sometimes you show them the bayonet scar on your shoulder. Other times, you show them how to spell republic. You teach them to ask hard questions, to disagree kindly, to admit when they're wrong. You begin to suspect these are the things that might actually save the country. Years pass. You plant a garden. Build a modest house with a porch that sags just a little in spring. You vote in your first local election, wearing a patched coat and carrying your own quill. The line is long. No one minds. You attend the funeral of a friend who marched beside you from Trenton to Princeton. His coffin is draped in the same flag you once slept beneath in a barn. You carry a corner, hands trembling. Later, someone sings a hymn you don't recognize, but you mouth along anyway. A new president is elected. Washington steps down. Peacefully, no crown, no coup, just a handoff. You blink. No one in Europe will believe this. You travel south once more, past rivers that gleam like polished pewter and towns with names that still echo old monarchs. You find yourself in a field one afternoon where children chase each other between hay bales. One wears a tricorn hat too big for his head. Another waves a stick like a sword. You smile. You sit on a fence post as the sun dips low and fireflies emerge. You take out the faded copy of the Declaration again. The edges crumble a little as you unfold it. You read it aloud this time. No audience, just you. And the field, and the night. You whisper the final lines about pledging lives, fortunes, and sacred honor, and you know deep in your bones you did all three. And somehow, you survived, and so did the dream. You wake before dawn to the sound of hooves crunching frozen earth and voices whispering urgently beyond your window. A candle flickers in the frost-bitten dark as you lace your boots and ease the door open. Two riders are exchanging words beside the well. Breath steaming in the cold, you catch only fragments. Shays. Courts shut down. Marching on Springfield. You squint into the early light, and just like that, you know, the revolution is not quite done with you yet. Over the next few days, the countryside begins to tremble. In taverns, in barns, in letters passed between neighbors like contraband. People speak of Daniel Shasa, former Continental Army captain, now leading a rebellion of farmers, veterans, and debt-ridden citizens who feel abandoned by the very government they fought to create. Their land is being seized, their taxes hiked, their grievances ignored. It doesn't matter that the war is over when the promises are still broken. You walk west through Massachusetts, passing shuttered courthouses and fences marked with crude slogans. In one village, a group of men has nailed a list of demands to the church door. Lower taxes, fair credit, the right to keep what little they have. These aren't radicals. They're worn-out men in patched boots, tired of being polite. You see a boy of maybe 15, carrying a musket too long for his frame. They took our plow, he says, so we'll use this. Oh, By the time you reach Springfield, the rebellion has hardened into formation. Rows of farmers, most wearing remnants of Continental Army coats, stand in cold mud, facing down the Massachusetts militia. Some of them look familiar. Maybe you marched beside them at Saratoga, or stood next to them in the freezing winds of Morristown. Their eyes meet yours, and in that flicker, you feel the quiet horror of fighting the people you once called brothers. The confrontation is brief. General Lincoln leads a government force to protect the federal arsenal. And the rebels, though determined, are scattered by cold discipline and loaded cannon. You hear the crack of muskets echo off barn walls. A few fall. Most flee. Shays escapes into hiding. The rebellion fails in the battlefield. At least, but in the hearts of everyone watching, something deeper settles. The sense that the new nation may have won independence, but hasn't yet earned trust. You return home, restless. The memory of those defiant eyes in Springfield follows you like a shadow. In the town square, heated discussions erupt over whether the government was justified in its response. Some defend law and order. Others say these men were heroes once, and are still owed that dignity. You listen more than you speak. But when you do, it's with a calm warning. Ignore voices too long. And they shout. The impact is swift. In Philadelphia, the rebellion shakes nerves among the nation's elite. The Articles of Confederation, the country's flimsy first blueprint, begin to look more like a list of good intentions than a real system of government. Shays' rebellion becomes the final straw. You're invited to attend the debates surrounding a constitutional convention. Not as a delegate, but as a witness. A reminder in the room. Flesh and blood proof that real lives hinge on these decisions. Inside Independence Hall, you sit in the gallery and watch as minds sharpened by war argue about how to build something more durable. Madison, deliberate and fastidious, draws outlines of checks and balances. Hamilton, never short on words, argues for a stronger federal system, fearing future rebellions if things don't change. Franklin, old and shrewd, bridges gaps with humor and half-parables. The windows are kept shut, even in the heat, to keep rumors from leaking. The tension swells like a summer thundercloud. Historians still argue whether fear of rebellion or hope for unity drove the changes that came next. Either way, you watch it happen. The Constitution is born in sweat, in compromise, and in a kind of desperate optimism. You see the ink dry. You see hands clasped across tables. And, when they walk out into the sun, you wonder if they know just how heavy the thing they've created will become. Outside, towns prepare to vote on ratification. You travel to local meetings where the text is read aloud, article by article. Some are suspicious, others thrilled. Many are simply confused. You do your best to explain, not as a scholar, but as someone who knows what it means when systems fail. You speak plainly. This is a start, not an end. And then, a glimmer of correction. The Bill of Rights amendments emerges to calm the storm. Promises of speech, religion, assembly, fair trials. You hold a printed copy in your hands and run your fingers over the words. Not perfect, but vital. Some complain it's too little. Others say it's too much. But you know this. It's better than silence. Still, fractures remain. You ride through western towns where banks still squeeze farmers into ruin. In cities, crowds shout down tax collectors. Echoes of 1,776, now layered with bitterness. One evening, you share cider with a merchant who says, "We swapped a king for creditors." Feels the same. You don't argue. Then comes another test. In 1794, word spreads of the Whiskey Rebellion. This time in Pennsylvania. Western farmers angry over taxes levied on their homemade spirits, often their only reliable currency. You travel to see it firsthand. The air is thick with frustration. Effigies burn again. Comités form. A movement swells, but this time, the government responds swiftly. George Washington himself, now president, calls up troops. Over 10,000 march west under federal command. The show of force is overwhelming. The rebels disperse. Some are arrested. Others fade back into the hills. No shots fired. No grand battle. But the message is clear. The new government intends to stand. You sit beneath an elm tree outside Pittsburgh and think about the difference. In Chase time, the government hesitated. Now, it flexes muscle. Is this what security looks like? Or is it just another face of power? The question lingers. Later that year, you meet a young schoolteacher who reads the Constitution aloud to her students each morning. You ask why. She replies, "Because they have to know the shape of the thing they live in." You nod. That makes sense. Even fragile shapes deserve to be understood. Back in your village, the world moves on. Roads improve. Mail arrives faster. More children attend school. Neighbors who once quarreled now argue in structured town meetings instead of fields. It's not perfect, but it's working. And somehow, that's enough. You visit a tavern on the anniversary of the surrender at Yorktown. Old veterans gather by the hearth, telling stories that shift with age. Someone sings a song no one quite remembers the verses to. You raise a mug to the faces you still see, and to the ones long buried. A younger man asks you if you still believe in the revolution. You think about it, the hopes, the failures, the fights within the fight. Then you say, "I believe in the people who never gave up trying to make it real." He seems satisfied with that. So are you. You sit on the porch of a country post office, watching the morning fog pull away from the fields like a wool blanket, being lifted gently off the land. The scent of damp earth and chimney smoke lingers, familiar and grounding. Inside your coat pocket is a letter yellowed, neatly folded, and stamped with the seal of the United States. It's from an old friend, one who helped hold the line at Monmouth and now serves as a clerk in a government office down in Philadelphia. He writes not about politics, but about a growing unease in the capital. The parties, he says, are hardening into enemies. You tap the letter against your knee and sigh. That didn't take long. Back when the new Constitution was still drying in its ink, the hope was for unity, or at least cordial disagreement. But now, the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans sling insults in newspapers, each accusing the other of betraying the revolution. Hamilton and Jefferson, once united under Washington's banner, now orbit in opposing directions. throwing pamphlets and policies like daggers. You read editorials so scathing they'd make redcoats blush. One calls Adams a monarchist. Another calls Jefferson an atheist in disguise. No one's really listening. Everyone's shouting, "Still." You walk through the changes slowly blooming across the country. Towns you barely remember passing through during the war now hum with commerce. The Erie Canal is being talked about. Railroads are a glimmer in a dreamer's eye. And land speculation has become a national pastime. But underneath it all, the strain is clear. The country is holding together. But only just. Like a rope that's been stretched too far. It creaks under the weight of too many ambitions tied in opposite directions. In the South, Coton ring supreme. You pass through Virginia and Georgia and see enslaved people working fields from sunup to sundown. The wealth of white landowners rising on the bent backs of those who are still treated as property. You visit Charleston and speak with a merchant who casually refers to his human assets. You don't answer him. You just look at the rows of shackles hanging beside a ledger on the wall and feel something sharp rise in your chest. You wonder how the Revolution could speak of liberty in such grand terms while tolerating this. Historians still argue whether the founders believed slavery would naturally die out or simply didn't have the political will to confront it. You have your own opinion now, and it doesn't excuse much. You stop by a school in Maryland where a teacher invites you to speak to the students. They ask if the country will last forever. You smile. But you don't lie. Not unless you keep it honest. You say, one boy raises his hand and asks, "What happens if we break it?" You nod thoughtfully. Then you build it again. Hopefully better. The teacher scribbles that down on the board. By the late 1790s, foreign entanglements creep back in like a cold draft under the door. France and Britain are at war again. And each side wants America to take a side. You read that Adams is struggling to keep the country out of conflict. Navigating storms stirred by foreign ministers and pirate fleets. Then comes the XYZ affair. And suddenly, people who once sang songs of peace are ready for war again. You walk by a militia recruitment table and hear the same old drumbeat. To arms? You keep walking. The Alien and Sedition Acts pass. You see men jailed for printing criticism of the government. You visit one in prison. A thin man with ink-stained fingers and a cough that doesn't quit. Guess the truth has limits. He chuckles. You bring him bread and news of public outrage. Jefferson writes fiery words in protest. Calling for states' rights and resistance, you watch again as the machinery of power grinds down the very freedoms it was built to protect, even now. Nothing is guaranteed. And then, another miraclor at least. Something close. The election of 1,800 comes. A bitter, venomous campaign that makes you want to stick cotton in your ears. Yet when the dust settles, Jefferson wins. Adams steps down. Peacefully. No guns. No mobs. Just one leader, yielding to another by rule of law. The country exhales. You whisper. Again, still holding. Okay. You attend Jefferson's inauguration on the edge of the crowd. He speaks plainly. Without powdered wig or military escort. We are all Republicans. He says, we are all Federalists. You're not sure anyone believes that? But it sounds nice. And for a moment, that's enough. You head west after that. past the settled towns. Beyond, the familiar forests. The Louisiana Purchase has just doubled the size of the country, and people are spilling into the frontier, with dreams as wide as the sky. You join a wagon train for a week, helping repair wheels, swapping stories, watching a toddler learn to walk in muddy boots. One night, a man points to the stars and says, "Everything past that ridge is ours now." You shake your head. "It's never just yours." You reply, "Someone's already living there." He doesn't answer. You meet a group of Osage who warn that more settlers mean more fences, more soldiers, more sickness. You sit by their fire and say little. There's no justification that doesn't sound hollow. You know this country, for all its dreams, is growing like a weed fast, hungry, and often without direction. Later, you find yourself walking through a field of sunflowers near the Mississippi. No signs of war here, just warmth, buzzing insects, and a breeze that smells of wheat and river water. You lie in the grass and stare up at a sky so blue it almost hurts. You pull out that same folded declaration from your coat. It's nearly unreadable now. The crease is permanent, the ink faded, but the words are still there. Somewhere in the pulp, you think about every contradiction, every unkept promise, every thread that's frayed in the name of liberty. And still, you don't give up on it. Not entirely. Because even as the country fights itself in newspapers and courtrooms, even as it blunders westward with more ambition than wisdom, there are still people planting trees, building schools, raising their children to believe in ideas they haven't fully seen come true. You walk to the edge of a new township one evening. Watch the sun dip behind a row of unfinished cabins. A woman nearby nails up a sign that reads, "Public house beds, bread, and hope." You offer to help carry in her barrels of flour. She smiles and asks if you're staying long. You shrug. Long enough to see if it holds. Aye, the year is older now. And so are you. Your boots are cracked at the seams. Your knees creak like floorboards in winter. And the nation, well, the nation still breathes. Still stumbles. Still trees. You walk through a village built where once only trees stood. Past wooden houses with crooked shutters, where children play with sticks carved into swords and argue over whether Washington could beat Jefferson in a fistfight. You don't correct them. Let them wonder. Wonder is a fine teacher. A shopkeeper waves from her doorway and calls you Grandpa Liberty. You never told her your name? You wave back and smile, letting the nickname settle around you like an old scarf. The streets are busy with ordinary magic mothers haggling over flour, apprentis hammering iron, louvers sneaking glances between barrels. The kind of peace you used to think impossible, now looking perfectly mundane. And yet, always in the corner of your mind is the sound of drums, the scent of powder, the fire you walked through to get here. You make one last journey south to see an old-faced Thomas Jefferson himself, now retired at Monticello. Older, slower, but still sharp. His library stretches across half a wall. He greets you like a cousin. You sit under a mulberry tree and talk about everything but war, carrots, clocks, Greek philosophers. Then he asks, "Do you think we did right?" The question lands with surprising weight. You take your time. We did what we could. You say, but we left too many behind. He nods. Says nothing. The silence says enough. Slavery is still here. Loud and legal. In every southern town you pass, it tightens its grip. You see mothers torn from children at auction blocks. To hear prayers whispered through iron bars. The Declaration's promise still hangs in the air, like unfinished music. You help where you can slip bread to the hungry. Maps to the brave. But you know it's not enough. Still, the fire catches in places. Abolitionist newspapers. Quiet. Networks of escape. Brave souls who risk everything for a taste of what was written, but not delivered. You follow the stories, and sometimes they follow you. In Boston, you attend a small gathering of young veterans. They weren't in your war, but they fight in their own way against injustice. Poverty. The gnawing sense that history forgot their people. You tell your stories, and they listen with wide eyes. One asks what it felt like to sign up. You say, like planting a tree I might never sit under. They pass around a tin cup. Collect coins for a widow whose home burned down. One kid drops in his last dollar. You decide not to say anything about politics. Actions speak clearer. The country expands again. New states join the Union. Stars sewn onto flags with hopeful fingers. You hold one of these new flags and feel its weight not heavy, but not light either. Each star is a question as much as a symbol. You travel to Ohio, then further west, to watch the land open up like a book still being written. But in every town, old struggles dress up in new clothes. Debates over state rights, over race, over who belongs and who decides. You sit in the back of a church one Sunday where a preacher reads aloud from both Scripture and the Constitution. Love thy neighbor, he says, and don't tax him to death. The crowd laughs, then claps, then prays. You smile, but your eyes drift to the window, where a wagon full of chained men passes by. Silent, and yet even now, there's hope. In the quietest corners. In a mother teaching her daughter to read by candlelight. In a teacher explaining civic duty to restless boys who'd rather wrestle. In a man who opens his home to strangers, fleeing bondage. In a town that decides to build a library instead of a jail. The American experiment is still fragile, still deeply flawed. But you feel its pulse like a drumbeat under your feet. You visit Washington. D.C. Not the man, but the city that bears his name. It's young, still muddy in places, but full of ambition. You walk the halls of the Capitol, touch the marble columns, watch debates echo under high ceilings. You sit on a bench outside the Supreme Court and speak to a janitor sweeping the steps. He tells you more about justice in 10 minutes than most books do in 500 pages. You leave that conversation feeling lighter. It's getting harder to walk now. Your body reminds you that revolutions are not kind to the bones. But you're still upright, still paying attention. At your final 4th of July celebration, the townspeople ask you to speak. You stand slowly, lean on your cane, and look out over a sea of faces, some brown, some pale, some young, some old. You don't recite the Declaration. You don't quote Franklin or Madison. You just say, freedom isn't loud. It's steady. It's every time you choose to care when it's easier not to. And they applaud. Not like a crowd at a rally, but like family around a fire. That night, in your small house, you sit by the window and look at the stars. You remember them from Valley Forge, from Charleston, from Yorktown. You remember every friend who didn't live to see these years. You whisper their names, one by one, not as ghosts, but as echoes still shaping the world. You unfold the same old declaration one last time. The paper is nearly transparent. The corners flake off in your fingers. But the ink faded, fragile still, says what it always did, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with certain unalienable rights. You smile, just slightly. Not yet. You say aloud, but closer. And then you sleep. Wind down, 300 words. The room dims now. The flicker of candlelight softens to a warm amber hush, and the night air settles gently through the cracks in the old window panes. Outside, the breeze rustles through the trees low, steady, almost like the lullaby of a world slowly catching its breath. You're no longer walking down dirt paths or standing beneath a sky of cannon smoke. You're simply resting, safe, still. The echoes of the past recede like the tide, leaving only a gentle rhythm behind. Your shoulders, once so tense with the weight of memories and marches, to begin to loosen. You let the sound of the night cradle you distant frogs, a lazy creak of wood, the whisper of fabric shifting as you settle deeper into your blanket. Nothing presses on you now. Not history, not the future. Just this moment. Soft and quiet. Stretching like a long exhale into the stars. Somewhere, far off, a new day will rise. New stories will begin. New voices will speak the words you once whispered. But for now, there's nothing left to do. Nothing left to prove. You've walked every mile, fought every battle, stood for every word, and now you rest. So close your eyes. Let your mind float. Let the light dim even further. You're home. You're safe. The country is still here. Still flawed. Still beautiful. Still worth dreaming over. And so, we say goodnight. Sweet dreams.